Gentili ospiti sono cortesemente invitati a silenziare i telefoni cellulari. loro ingresso in Aula Magna il Vice Ministro dell'Economia e delle Finanze, onorevole Maurizio Leo, il Segretario Generale dell'Organizzazione per la Cooperazione e lo Sviluppo Economico, Mr. Matthias Corman, il Comandante Generale della Guardia di Finanza, Generale di Corpo d'Armata Andrea De Gennaro, il Comandante della Scuola di Polizia Economico-Finanziaria, Generale di Divisione Francesco Mattana. È in collegamento dal suo ufficio il Ministro dell'Economia e delle Finanze, onorevole Giancarlo Giorgetti. Prende la parola il Comandante della Scuola di Polizia Economico-Finanziaria.
Buongiorno a tutti, un saluto al signor Ministro dell'Economia e delle Finanze in collegamento video, illustre Segretario Generale dell'OCSE, signor Vice Ministro, signor Comandante Generale, autorità, delegati, ospiti, è con immenso piacere che vi porgo il mio più caloroso benvenuto a nome della Scuola di Polizia Economico-Finanziaria della Guardia di Finanza in questa importante occasione che segna il 10° anniversario della firma del protocollo di intesa tra la Guardia di Finanza e l'Organizzazione per la Cooperazione e lo Sviluppo Economico, con il quale questo istituto ha assunto il ruolo di International Academy for Tax Crime Investigation dell'OCSE. Un saluto particolare va ai rappresentanti dell'OCSE che con la loro partecipazione confermano una partnership sempre più solida e profonda, basata su obiettivi condivisi e valori comuni per una visione strategica che ci unisce in un modo indissolubile. L'incontro odierno che mi accingo ad aprire rappresenta la migliore testimonianza di come la Guardia di Finanza, con la Scuola di Polizia Economico-Finanziaria, quale polo addestrativo per eccellenza per l'aggiornamento professionale, la post-formazione e l'alta qualificazione del personale, voglia continuare a investire su questa sinergia con l'OCSE, nella consapevolezza che tale collaborazione in ambito formativo costituisce la formula vincente per meglio cogliere a livello internazionale la sfida dei tempi, coniugando professionalità, competenze e tecnologie per un sapere innovativo che guardi al futuro. È con tale intendimento, quindi, che prende l'avvio il convegno odierno, dal titolo Una risposta globale a una minaccia globale, nel corso del quale illustri relatori affronteranno le problematiche legate alle strategie per il contrasto dei crimini economici, alla cooperazione internazionale per le investigazioni fiscali e alla formazione in tale contesto. Grazie.
Prende la parola il Comandante Generale della Guardia di Finanza.
Signor Ministro, signor Segretario Generale, signor Vice Ministro, autorità, gentili ospiti intervenuti, è un onore per me, oltre che un piacere, dare a tutti voi il benvenuto presso la Scuola di Polizia Economico-Finanziaria della Guardia di Finanza, centro di formazione di alta specializzazione, nonché sede della International Academy for Tax and Financial Crime Investigation dell'OCSE, di cui oggi ricorre il decennale dell'istituzione. Le profonde trasformazioni degli ultimi decenni, che hanno ridefinito l'economia globale, se da un lato hanno favorito nuove forme di investimento e introdotto innovativi mezzi per il trasferimento della ricchezza, basti pensare all'uso delle criptoattività e degli strumenti di finanza decentralizzata, dall'altro hanno creato nuove opportunità per la criminalità, nel destinare i proventi delle attività fraudolente verso giurisdizioni carenti sotto il profilo della trasparenza bancaria e societaria, al fine di schermare i reali assetti proprietari e occultare la tracciabilità dei flussi finanziari. In questo scenario, il potenziamento dello scambio di informazioni in termini quantitativi e qualitativi, la condivisione delle migliori prassi operative e il coordinamento tra Paesi nelle indagini transfrontaliere rappresentano i pilastri di una strategia volta a rafforzare la capacità di reazione alle minacce criminali ed accrescere la sensibilità verso una comune cultura investigativa. In tale contesto la Guardia di Finanza, nell'ambito di una più ampia, flessibile e trasversale azione di lotta agli illeciti economici e finanziari, è chiamata a svolgere quotidianamente un ruolo centrale, che è attuato sia sul piano amministrativo che penale, potendo contare sui consolidati rapporti di collaborazione interistituzionale instaurati con l'autorità giudiziaria penale e contabile, le agenzie fiscali e le autorità di vigilanza e garanzia italiane. Le peculiari competenze del Corpo rappresentano infatti un consolidato patrimonio basato su investigazioni strutturate di natura tecnica, finanziaria e patrimoniale, rese ancor più efficaci da un costante interscambio informativo internazionale, che si esplica grazie a strumenti bilaterali e multilaterali siglati con gli organi collaterali esteri, utili a valorizzare le informazioni scambiate anche nell'ambito di contesti investigativi, avviati per la repressione di reati diversi rispetto a quelli tributari. A ciò si aggiunga la partecipazione a network di collaborazioni internazionali come la Task Force on Tax Crime and Other Crimes, che gioca un ruolo fondamentale nella condivisione di best practices a livello globale e nella predisposizione di linee guida per armonizzare norme e metodologie di contrasto ai crimini tributari. Nell'ambito dell'opera di rivisitazione e potenziamento della Task Force, la Guardia di Finanza ha assunto in sede nazionale un ruolo rilevante, testimoniato dall'assunzione della codirezione della delegazione italiana assieme al Dipartimento delle Finanze e dalla presenza di un proprio ufficiale tra i membri del Bureau della Task Force. La Guardia di Finanza ha preso parte anche al programma Tax Inspector Without Borders Criminal Investigation, promosso dal Center for Tax Policy and Administration Committee on Fiscal Affairs dell'OCSE, assieme allo United Nations Development Programme, fornendo il proprio supporto a favore del Costa Rica e impegnandosi a proseguire in tale forma di capacity building. Nello scenario attuale, in cui gli organismi internazionali giocano un ruolo determinante nell'agevolare lo sviluppo e l'affinamento di politiche regolatorie nazionali, l'OCSE, sulla scia del dialogo di Oslo, volto a favorire una più efficace collaborazione tra tutte le agenzie e autorità competenti nella lotta al crimine finanziario internazionale, ha avviato a partire dal 2012, insieme alla Guardia di Finanza, un virtuoso percorso di collaborazione. In particolare, in una prima fase sono stati organizzati corsi di formazione intensivi finalizzati a potenziare le capacità degli investigatori in tema di reati economico-finanziari e successivamente è stato sottoscritto un protocollo d'intesa, rinnovato prima nel 2017 e poi nel 2022, che ha sancito l'istituzione della prima OECD Tax Academy presso la Scuola di Polizia Economico-Finanziaria di Ostia. Durante i 10 anni trascorsi dalla sua costituzione sono stati portati a termine numerosi programmi formativi a beneficio di funzionari provenienti da ben 150 Paesi. Tali iniziative, svolte anche presso altri centri regionali della Tax Academy, vedono coinvolti numerosi rappresentanti della Guardia di Finanza che in veste di istruttori esperti condividono il peculiare approccio e le metodologie operative del Corpo nel contrasto ai crimini tributari, economici e finanziari, con un focus sui profili di cooperazione. L'istituzione dell'Academy, ospitata in Italia presso questa scuola, ha contribuito indubbiamente ad accrescere il prestigio e la riconoscibilità del Corpo e dell'Italia in ambito OCSE, ponendosi come modello di riferimento. La conferenza che sta per avere inizio, dal titolo 10 anni di Academy OCSE per le investigazioni, sui reati tributari e finanziari, una risposta globale a una minaccia globale, intende celebrare tale eccezionale traguardo attraverso un autorevole tavolo di confronto che vede coinvolte istituzioni e autorità dall'elevata competenza ed esperienza nella lotta ai crimini economici e finanziari. Con questi sentimenti a tutte le autorità e ai gentili ospiti intervenuti va il mio personale augurio di proficuo lavoro per la giornata odierna. Oggi avrebbe dovuto essere qui il vicepresidente del Consiglio e ministro degli affari esteri e della cooperazione internazionale, onorevole Tajani, il quale però per ragioni di governo non è in Italia e quindi non ha potuto essere presente. Mi è stato chiesto di leggere il suo messaggio di saluto per questa occasione. Sono particolarmente lieto di unirmi al Comandante Generale della Guardia di Finanza e al Segretario Generale dell'OCSE per questo importante appuntamento e saluto tutti i presenti. Il traguardo del 10° anniversario dell'istituzione dell'Accademia Internazionale dell'OCSE per le indagini sui reati fiscali e finanziari, ospitata presso la Scuola di Polizia Economico-Finanziaria della Guardia di Finanza a Ostia, è motivo di profonda soddisfazione per il Governo e mia personale. Si tratta dell'incontro di due eccellenze, quella dell'OCSE nel definire standard internazionali e nella formazione, e quella della Guardia di Finanza nel contrasto ad ampio spettro della criminalità economica e finanziaria. Attraverso questo straordinario sodalizio, Guardia di Finanza e OCSE hanno saputo unire le forze e affrontare insieme in maniera sempre più decisa ed efficace le sfide mutevoli dello scenario internazionale nel corso degli anni. Siamo grati alla Guardia di Finanza per lo straordinario impegno in questa innovativa iniziativa. Proprio quest'anno si celebrano i 250 anni dalla fondazione del Corpo, un patrimonio di 2 secoli e mezzo di conoscenze ed esperienze acquisite grazie al lavoro di donne e uomini che ogni giorno, con dedizione e spirito di sacrificio, sono al servizio del nostro Paese e dei nostri partner. La Guardia di Finanza è una straordinaria ambasciatrice dell'Italia nel mondo e punto di riferimento per tanti partner. Me lo hanno ribadito, ad esempio, da ultimo i miei interlocutori in Argentina e Brasile, dove mi sono recato pochi giorni fa per una intensa missione istituzionale. Attraverso le iniziative di diplomazia giuridica e grazie all'azione della Guardia di Finanza, il nostro Paese si pone come punto di riferimento in una regione strategica che abbiamo messo al centro dell'agenda europea e del G7. Su questo sfondo si inserisce la nostra collaborazione con l'OCSE, di cui l'Italia è un Paese fondatore e convinto sostenitore. Una collaborazione sinergica e proficua. Da allora il mondo ha subito profonde trasformazioni. Ci troviamo di fronte a scenari geopolitici complessi in cui si fanno strada nuovi attori e minacce. È fondamentale unire le forze per contrastare le minacce di oggi e quelle di domani. Tra queste, quelle legate alla digitalizzazione dell'economia, che offrono alla criminalità organizzata transnazionale nuovi strumenti per commettere reati fiscali e finanziari. Ma penso anche al traffico di droga, una priorità assoluta del Governo, spesso associata anche ad altri gravi crimini, incluso il traffico di esseri umani. Attraverso la sinergia con la Guardia di Finanza, l'Accademia OCSE si è imposta come un'eccellenza in tutto il mondo per le attività di formazione in settori sempre più centrali come il contrasto all'evasione fiscale, al riciclaggio, alla corruzione e agli altri reati finanziari. Sosteniamo con forza l'espansione delle sue attività anche all'Africa, priorità strategica assoluta del Governo, e ai Paesi dell'area del Mediterraneo allargato. La complessità delle sfide che abbiamo davanti richiede uno sforzo corale da parte di tutta la comunità internazionale. Siamo orgogliosi della collaborazione tra Guardia di Finanza e OCSE e di ospitare a Ostia l'Accademia OCSE che di questo impegno è un asse portante. Contate su di me, contate sul governo italiano. Antonio Tajani.
Prende la parola il segretario generale dell'Organizzazione per la cooperazione e lo sviluppo economico.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this celebration of the 10th anniversary of the OECD International Academy for Tax, Financial Crime Investigation. Thank you to Minister Giorgetti for sending us that very generous message. Also, may I acknowledge Deputy Minister Maurizio Leo, General Commander Andrea De Gennaro, Commander Francesco Matana, and also our OECD Deputy Secretary General Fabrizia La Pecorella, Ambassador for Italy to the OECD, Luca Sabatucci, colleagues and friends all. At the OECD, we're very proud of what has been achieved in partnership with Guardia di Finanza at this OECD Academy for Tax and Financial Crime Investigation. Since its foundation here in Ostia back in 2014, the Academy has become a major pillar in the global fight against tax and financial crimes, providing training programs to strengthen detection and investigation capacity across both OECD member countries and non-member countries and jurisdictions all around the world. And this 10-year milestone, I learned, also in fact coincides with the very impressive 250th anniversary of the Guardia di Finanza itself, whose history began as the Customs Surveillance Legion of the Kingdom of Sardinia back in 1774. Today, the Guardia di Finanza has become a modern and highly effective customs and financial police force for all of Italy, as well as a global leader and key driver of international law enforcement cooperation. And for that, we thank you. Tax and financial crimes threaten the economic interests of countries around the world. They undermine public trust in government, and they enable criminal enterprises that threaten public safety. The fiscal consequences of these crimes are significant. Across the European Union, by way of example, value-added tax fraud alone costs governments and hence the collective European public interest around 50 billion euros annually, funds that are then not available for investment into health, education, productivity-enhancing infrastructure or our national security. According to some estimates at a global level, money laundering in the financial system amounts to between 2 and 5% of global GDP, which is equivalent to between 2.1 and 5.3 trillion US in 2023. And of course, by providing access to this sort of substantial illicit financing, these crimes enable other very serious crimes and offenses, including terrorism, human trafficking, and organized crime more generally. While tax and financial crimes are a global concern, they're particularly damaging to developing countries, which are already under significant fiscal and debt pressure. For those countries, revenue lost to tax and financial crimes could have otherwise been invested in sustainable development and indeed to improve healthcare, education, infrastructure, and the quality of public services. Across Africa, governments lose approximately $89 billion US each year to illicit financial flows, representing 3.7% of the continent's GDP. The Academy on Tax and Financial Crime Investigation then is designed to enhance enforcement capacity and interagency cooperation to help prevent those losses. Growing demand for the Academy's programs is a strong demonstration of the need for this work and of its success. This Academy has now trained some 3,250 government officials from more than 170 jurisdictions, equipping them with the skills and the investigative techniques to combat tax and financial crimes effectively. Our impact assessment at the OECD shows that 90% of participants continue to apply the skills they learned from this academy in their daily role when going back home. 94% take proactive steps to transfer skills learned within their administrations. And 50% report that their jurisdiction's legal and operational efficiency in enforcement has improved as a direct result of the training that they received at this academy. The Academy's impact has been greatly enhanced by the work of its regional centers. The 3 centers in Argentina, Kenya, and Japan provide targeted capacity building tailored to the needs and circumstances of the region they operate in. The Latin America Academy in Buenos Aires, for example, focuses on bribery and corruption, beneficial ownership, and offshore structures. The Asia Pacific Academy in Tokyo is sharing best practices on tackling illicit financial flows, including emerging challenges regarding crypto assets. And the Africa Academy in Nairobi focuses on the management of financial investigations with specialized courses on asset recovery, anti-money laundering, and value-added tax fraud. And today, we are pleased to be signing a memorandum of understanding with the Kenya Revenue Authority to extend the operations of the Africa Academy for another 5 years. We're also conducting 2 important pilot programs, a South Asia program in New Delhi in India and a French-speaking program in Lomé, Togo, which will help the Academy to continue to expand its global network and meet growing demand for participation and regional specialization. To ensure the Academy remains at the cutting edge, it will continue to develop new training content. We have recently added 2 new courses on major case management and bribery and corruption, equipping investigators with the latest tools and techniques. These centers are, of course, only part of the OECD's broader efforts to support countries' domestic resource mobilization. The Commander has referenced the work that we're doing together with the UNDP through Tax Inspectors Without Borders, and that is a fantastic program that we will continue to expand. And we will continue to assist tax administrations in implementing the 2-pillar solution. For example, we have established pilot programs aimed at helping developing countries design their domestic top-up taxes to implement the global minimum tax, with 9 countries participating so far, namely Egypt, Georgia, Jamaica, Malaysia, Namibia, Peru, Senegal, and Thailand. Our global forum on transparency and exchange of information for tax purposes also supports stronger tax authority cooperation and, importantly, the automatic exchange of financial account information to help detect tax evasion. Key future topics for the forum include enhancing the exchange of tax information on crypto assets and on real estate. And the OECD's Forum on Tax Administration provides a platform to share the OECD's best practices and developing countries' own experiences and knowledge on emerging priorities, such as the digitalization of tax administrations. In closing, through its expanding global network and training content, the Academy has helped make a major, globally significant contribution to combating tax and financial crime. A very genuine and warm thank you to Italy, to the Guardia di Finanza, and indeed all the countries that have made this Academy here in Austria possible. Thank you for your ongoing support and for the invaluable partnership we have built over the years. And we very much look forward to working together with you for the Academy's continued growth and success to help ensure we can deliver better tax law enforcement for better lives. Thank you.
Prende la parola il Ministro dell'Economia e delle Finanze.
Nel rivolgere un cordiale saluto al Segretario Generale dell'Organizzazione per la Cooperazione e lo Sviluppo Economico, Mattias Corman, al Vice Ministro dell'Economia e delle Finanze Maurizio Leo e al Comandante Generale e tutte le autorità presenti, a tutti gli intervenuti, vorrei innanzitutto scusarmi per non essere potuto venire oggi alla scuola. Impegni sopraggiunti legati alla legge di bilancio non mi hanno consentito di raggiungervi fisicamente. Ho comunque voluto collegarmi in video con voi per questa importante giornata di confronto organizzata in occasione del 10° anniversario della International Academy for Tax and Financial Crime Investigation, perché mi offre l'opportunità di sottolineare il valore e il successo dell'iniziativa promossa da OECD e Guardia di Finanza, grazie alla quale in questi 10 anni sono stati formati 1353 investigatori economico-finanziari provenienti da 150 paesi. L'occasione mi consente anche di condividere con voi alcune brevi riflessioni, a cominciare dal titolo scelto per questa giornata di studio: una risposta globale a una minaccia globale. Un titolo e un tema che non potrebbe essere più appropriato se consideriamo che i crimini, specialmente quelli economici, sono in continua evoluzione, mossi da una serie di condizioni ad essi favorevoli, quali il progresso tecnologico, la digitalizzazione dei processi finanziari e le diffuse crisi geopolitiche globali e regionali. Va anche considerato che oggi le economie sono molto interdipendenti, dunque le attività criminali, specialmente quelle maggiormente sofisticate, in grado di generare enormi profitti illeciti, sono e saranno sempre meno confinate all'interno degli Stati e sempre più pervasive. Inoltre, l'uso di tecnologie informatiche è particolarmente efficace per trasferire e nascondere proventi criminali che poi vengono riciclati e reinvestiti nell'economia legale. E tutto ciò mina la stabilità economica del Paese, crea diseguaglianze e alimenta la sfiducia dei cittadini nelle istituzioni. E in questo contesto le sfide che ci troviamo ad affrontare richiedono necessariamente un approccio integrato e una stretta cooperazione internazionale. Fenomeni criminali come le frodi fiscali, la distrazione dei fondi pubblici, il riciclaggio, la corruzione, sfruttano la vulnerabilità e le asimmetrie nei sistemi giuridici, fiscali e bancari dei diversi Stati. E quindi di fronte a simili minacce occorre un impegno comune. Soluzioni unilaterali non sono più sufficienti, serve una rete di cooperazione internazionale che consenta di affrontare questi gravi fenomeni in modo efficace e coordinato. Serve appunto una risposta globale. Ecco che la cooperazione internazionale diventa una chiave di successo fondamentale. E 3 sono gli aspetti che vorrei evidenziare al riguardo: armonizzazione delle normative, formazione condivisa e scambio di informazioni. La cooperazione è efficace solo in presenza di regole comuni e quindi l'armonizzazione delle normative a livello internazionale diviene essenziale per evitare che i criminali sfruttino le discrepanze tra i diversi ordinamenti giuridici. E quindi è necessario lavorare insieme per creare un quadro normativo quanto più uniforme possibile. In quest'ottica, ad esempio, il rafforzamento delle normative antiriciclaggio renderà più difficile legalizzare i proventi criminali e le reti criminali. Il secondo aspetto riguarda la formazione condivisa. La lotta contro i crimini economici, sempre più caratterizzati da transnazionalità, richiede investigatori altamente qualificati e sempre aggiornati. È cruciale che il personale delle agenzie di law enforcement e delle istituzioni che sono preposte a contrastare i crimini economici possano beneficiare di programmi di formazione condivisi per scambiarsi esperienze maturate sul campo e best practices. Le tecnologie si evolvono rapidamente e con esse le tecniche criminali. Per questo dobbiamo essere altrettanto rapidi nell'aggiornare le nostre competenze e metterle a fattor comune. Di qui il ruolo strategico che assume l'Academy con i suoi qualificati docenti, esperti nelle tecniche investigative di natura patrimoniale più avanzate, rivolti a una platea di discenti provenienti da tutto il mondo. Terzo aspetto: lo scambio di informazioni. L'individuazione dei beni illeciti e l'aggressione dei patrimoni dei criminali sono strumenti essenziali per combattere efficacemente la criminalità in tutte le sue manifestazioni. e ogni forma di contrasto appare inefficace se si concentra solo sugli autori dei reati e non sul frutto del crimine. Il patrimonio illecitamente accumulato, il sequestro, la confisca e il successivo recupero dei proventi dei reati sono il punto focale della lotta al crimine transnazionale. Indispensabili per questo sono le indagini economico-finanziarie, la cui efficacia dipende in gran parte dalla capacità di accedere rapidamente a informazioni rilevanti da altre giurisdizioni. E in quest'ottica i protocolli internazionali per lo scambio di informazioni rappresentano uno strumento imprescindibile. È necessario lavorare a tutti i livelli per renderli sempre più efficaci, efficienti e sicuri, proteggendo la riservatezza ma garantendo che la condivisione avvenga in tempi rapidi. Dobbiamo essere consapevoli che nessun paese, nessun governo può affrontare efficacemente queste sfide da solo e quindi unicamente attraverso una virtuosa cooperazione, uno spirito di fiducia reciproco si possono difendere le economie e i cittadini dei singoli Stati da queste minacce globali. In definitiva, la cooperazione internazionale non è solo auspicabile ma è una necessità. Giornate di studio di alto spessore come queste rappresentano importanti momenti di confronto e stimolo per migliorare la formazione comune e la cooperazione, perché la nostra capacità di rispondere insieme sarà il vero indicatore del nostro successo. Quindi grazie per l'attenzione e buon lavoro.
Prende la parola il Vice Ministro dell'Economia e delle Finanze.
Buongiorno a tutti. Innanzitutto consentitemi di rivolgere un deferente e cordiale saluto al Segretario Generale dell'OCSE, al Comandante Generale della Guardia di Finanza, al Comandante della Scuola di Polizia Economica Finanziaria e un particolare saluto alla Professoressa Fabrizia La Pecorella, che mi unisce un rapporto di amicizia antica. Voglio prendere spunto da quello che ha detto il nostro Ministro dell'Economia e delle Finanze nel intensificare i rapporti tra l'OCSE e le nostre istituzioni e dire che prestiamo grande attenzione a quello che è il lavoro dell'OCSE, che stiamo traducendo anche nei provvedimenti che stiamo approvando di attuazione della delega della riforma fiscale. Voi sapete che nell'agosto del 2023 è stata approvata la delega di riforma del sistema fiscale. Ad oggi già abbiamo 13 decreti legislativi in Gazzetta Ufficiale, altri 2 sono in corso di esame dinanzi agli organi parlamentari, alle commissioni parlamentari. E tra questi mi piace ricordare in particolare il decreto legislativo che tocca la fiscalità internazionale, decreto legislativo di fine 2023, dove abbiamo prestato grande attenzione a tutte le indicazioni, le osservazioni, le raccomandazioni, i rapporti dell'OCSE. E in particolare ci siamo concentrati su taluni aspetti, sul concetto di residenza delle persone fisiche, sul concetto di residenza delle società e degli enti e poi su altre tematiche che brevemente ricorderò. Per quanto riguarda la residenza delle persone fisiche, che come è noto si configura laddove in un certo lasso temporale, 183 giorni, si verificano certe condizioni, abbiamo cambiato un po' l'impostazione precedente, dove la residenza era legata non solo al domicilio, alla residenza secondo le regole del Codice Civile, ma anche all'iscrizione nell'anagrafe della popolazione residente. Abbiamo in qualche modo corretto il tiro proprio alla luce delle indicazioni che ci sono venute dalla prassi internazionale. Oggi, in base alle nuove regole, è residente ovviamente colui il quale abitualmente dimora nel territorio dello Stato oppure ha una presenza fisica continua nel territorio dello Stato, i famosi 183 giorni, ma anche colui il quale ha il domicilio nell'accezione parziale della civilistica dell'articolo 43. Sappiamo bene che l'articolo 43 del Codice Civile mette in rilievo 2 aspetti, dove la sede degli affari e la sede degli interessi. Noi abbiamo dato maggiore enfasi al concetto di interessi come interessi personali e familiari rispetto a quella che è l'attività economica. E questo perché? Perché in passato si è venuta a creare una certa divergenza di vedute in ambito giurisdizionale, per questo che abbiamo dato risalto a questo aspetto. Altrettanto abbiamo fatto per quanto riguarda l'iscrizione nell'anagrafe della popolazione residente, che prima era un elemento indefettibile per poter considerare residente nel territorio dello Stato la persona fisica. Invece abbiamo detto adesso che si considera residente colui il quale è iscritto nell'anagrafe della popolazione residente salvo prova contraria, in modo tale da poter offrire la possibilità a chi per mera dimenticanza non si è cancellato dall'anagrafe della popolazione residente di poter dimostrare che effettivamente si è trasferito all'estero dimenticando di iscriversi all'AIRE. Quindi questi sono aspetti che ci sono stati segnalati dalla prassi internazionale e che noi abbiamo recepito ben volentieri. Lo stesso dicasi per quanto riguarda la residenza delle società. In passato noi avevamo 3 definizioni di società residente, sempre nel rispetto dei 183 giorni, la sede legale, la sede dell'amministrazione o l'oggetto principale. Sul tema della sede dell'amministrazione erano sorte tutta una serie di contestazioni, perché spesso la sede dell'amministrazione veniva riguardata anche sul versante della cosiddetta esterovestizione. C'era una divergenza di vedute tra l'organo accertatore e i contribuenti. Per questo si è detto no, dobbiamo correggere il tiro e come si ricorderà spesso poi la contestazione originaria di esterovestizione veniva poi rivista alla luce del transfer pricing. Che cosa si è detto? Andiamo a definire meglio questo concetto, prendendo spunto anche in qualche modo, se non direttamente, dai lavori dell'OCSE. Abbiamo detto facciamo riferimento alla sede di direzione effettiva. E poi l'altro tema ancora più rilevante riguarda l'oggetto principale, quando si dice la sede della società residente con riferimento all'oggetto principale nel territorio dello Stato, siamo tutti ben consapevoli che questo concetto è scivoloso, non è ben definibile. E allora si è detto vediamo dove si svolge l'attività operativa principale e questo l'abbiamo mutuato proprio dal commentario OCSE, il paragrafo 24.1 del commentario mette in risalto questo aspetto. Quindi ecco, vedete che questi concetti, residenza persone fisiche, residenza società, hanno per noi rappresentato, e i lavori dell'OCSE ci hanno molto supportato nel ridisegnare questi elementi che sono elementi fondamentali. A questo si aggiunge anche un altro intervento importante che noi abbiamo posto in essere, quello del ridisegno della disciplina delle CFC, Control Foreign Company, perché in questi casi noi avevamo un sistema un po' farraginoso, laddove una società controllante italiana aveva una partecipazione in una società estera che risiedeva in un paese con regime fiscale privilegiato, il reddito di questa società estera veniva riportato in Italia ma rideterminato con le regole e con i criteri italiani. Quindi avevamo un meccanismo abbastanza complesso, macchinoso per poter ridefinire, rideterminare questo reddito. E allora che cosa si è detto? Ma cerchiamo di applicare meccanismi semplificati per misurare l'effettive tax rate, cioè lo dobbiamo determinare in modo più semplice. Per questo abbiamo detto facciamo una verifica, vediamo se il reddito della società estera supera questa percentuale famosa del 15% per essere considerata virtuosa, lo supera sulla base di un rapporto che vede al numeratore le imposte correnti, le imposte anticipate e le imposte differite, al denominatore l'utile ante imposta. Quindi se il risultato di questo rapporto della società estera, ovviamente si deve trattare di società che ha certificazioni o della stessa società o soggetto competente, certificazioni poi recepite anche dalla società italiana, se questo rapporto supera il 15%, allora In questo caso non si dà corso a ulteriori passaggi, non dobbiamo rideterminare il reddito della società partecipata estera con le regole italiane. Ecco, questi sono dei passi avanti nella semplificazione. Le linee conduttrici della nostra riforma sono sostanzialmente 4: certezza del diritto, semplificazione, lotta all'evasione e riduzione della pressione fiscale. Ecco, proprio a questi principi si ispirano gli interventi che abbiamo fatto in materia di fiscalità internazionale. L'altro tema importante su cui noi ci siamo un po' concentrati è quello della cooperative compliance. Anche qui abbiamo fatto tesoro di un rapporto dell'OCSE del 2013, quello di semplificare i rapporti tra contribuente e soprattutto contribuente di maggiori dimensioni e fisco. Noi sappiamo oggi, alla luce di questa normativa, che nel momento in cui una società quindi è strutturata, quindi parliamo di società che hanno un certo ammontare di ricavi, di volume d'affari, 750 milioni per il biennio 2024-2025, che poi degraderà a 500 milioni per il 2026-27 per attestarsi a 100 milioni nel 2028, se queste società mappano il cosiddetto rischio fiscale, rilevano, monitorano, gestiscono e controllano il rischio fiscale attraverso una certificazione validata da professionisti qualificati, dottori commercialisti, avvocati che hanno una specializzazione particolare, se c'è una certificazione si apre tutto un nuovo scenario nel rapporto fisco-contribuente. Un nuovo scenario che è improntato alla trasparenza, alla lealtà, e quindi laddove c'è questa certificazione da parte di un professionista qualificato, una certificazione che è legata non solo ai rischi fiscali che possono presentarsi, ma rischi fiscali legati ai processi aziendali, tenuto anche conto di quelli che sono i principi contabili nazionali e internazionali che rappresentano ora la base per la determinazione del reddito d'impresa. Le società più strutturate oggi applicano i principi contabili internazionali, gli IAS, IFRS, e come sapete è una materia che è molto molto delicata, in quanto questi principi contabili sono legati in particolar modo all'esame del bilancio consolidato, che ha una funzione diversa rispetto al bilancio d'esercizio. Il bilancio consolidato è di particolare interesse per chi? Per l'investitore, che deve conoscere il valore reale dell'azienda, della società, rispetto al bilancio d'esercizio, che ha un'altra finalità, serve per la misurazione del reddito interessante per il soggetto percettore dei dividendi, ma serve anche per misurare il reddito imponibile. E quindi noi abbiamo visto che il nostro reddito d'impresa ora è costruito prevalentemente sulla base dei principi contabili internazionali. Questo è un compito complesso che gli organi dell'amministrazione finanziaria, Guardia di Finanza, Agenzia delle Entrate devono attenzionare con particolare severità, perché altrimenti si rischia di aprire delle maglie nell'ambito di un meccanismo di determinazione del reddito molto complesso. Però ecco, questa cooperative compliance, proprio alla luce del rapporto dell'OCSE, l'abbiamo costruita in una forma di collaborazione tra fisco e contribuente, collaborazione che porta dei benefici al contribuente, perché il contribuente poi disapplicherà, non si potranno applicare nei confronti di quel contribuente sanzioni amministrative. Verrà meno una sanzione penale molto scivolosa, che è quella dell'infedele dichiarazione, ovviamente allorché si siano segnalati rischi fiscali attraverso la comunicazione, attraverso gli interpelli. E questo, come vedete, semplifica il rapporto tra amministrazione finanziaria e contribuente. Quindi il tax control framework, la mappatura del rischio fiscale rappresentano una svolta fondamentale nel nostro sistema. Un altro tema che noi abbiamo recepito anche sulla base di quelli che sono i lavori dell'OCSE riguarda la cosiddetta Global Minimum Tax, il Pillar 2 che poi ha formato oggetto di una direttiva comunitaria che è stata recepita anche questa con il nostro decreto legislativo di fine 2023. Il Pillar 2 ha come obiettivo principale quello di colpire le multinazionali laddove la multinazionale abbia partecipazioni in società che risiedono in paesi con una fiscalità di vantaggio inferiore al 15%. E a tale riguardo che cosa è stato fatto? Quali sono stati gli interventi che abbiamo recepito? Abbiamo recepito questa direttiva e l'abbiamo recepita introducendo 3 tipologie di imposta. La cosiddetta imposta complementare è un'imposta che si rende applicabile laddove la controllante italiana abbia una partecipazione in una controllata estera che ha un reddito che va al di sotto di quella soglia del 15%. Allora sarà la controllante italiana che dovrà recuperare quella differenza e assoggettarla a tassazione in Italia. Come pure l'altra ipotesi è quella dell'imposta suppletiva, laddove è in Italia la controllata, ma è all'estero, in un paese magari a fiscalità privilegiata, la controllante, e la controllante non applica la global e quindi ha una tassazione inferiore al 15%, quindi sarà la controllata italiana a recuperare quel differenziale tra l'imposta della controllante e quanto deve assoggettare a tassazione in Italia. E infine quella che poi noi abbiamo recepito nel nostro ordinamento, la cosiddetta imposta minima nazionale, che è un'imposta che deve gravare su che cosa? Su tutte le società che risiedono nel territorio dello Stato, siano esse controllanti e siano esse controllate. Quindi queste 3 tipologie di imposta, la complementare, la suppletiva e la minima nazionale, rappresentano la base a cui ci si è ispirata nella ricostruzione della Global Minimum Tax. È il nostro intendimento con l'Agenzia delle Entrate, col Dipartimento delle Finanze, ora cercare di tradurre nel modo più semplice possibile questa normativa, che è una normativa assai complessa, perché deve tener conto, come vi dicevo, di come la società, di quali metodologie contabili applicano le società estere, tradurla nel nostro sistema. Quindi ci stiamo lavorando perché dobbiamo mettere in condizione i nostri organi accertativi, Guardia di Finanza, Agenzia delle Entrate, di poter ben capire quali sono gli snodi per determinare la base imponibile, per determinare l'imposta. Quindi sono temi sicuramente delicati sui quali bisognerà concentrare l'attenzione. Quindi ecco, ma la Global Minimum Tax rappresenta un passo avanti nel rappresentare un nuovo scenario nei rapporti per quanto attiene alle multinazionali. E siamo in attesa del recepimento, seppur con grandi difficoltà, del Pillar 1, quindi della tassazione dei giganti delle multinazionali del web e via dicendo, ma dove bisognerà trovare una condivisione con tutti i paesi e ancora non c'è piena condivisione su questo tema. Quindi il Pillar 2 l'abbiamo recepito, il Pillar 1 ancora dobbiamo, in condivisione con gli altri partner internazionali, vedere come calarlo nel nostro ordinamento e superare quell'impostazione originaria per cui la tassazione deve concentrarsi nel paese di residenza, bensì bisogna tener conto del paese dove si produce la ricchezza. Quindi questi sono temi che però toccano diverse sensibilità. Altri 2 temi, e poi vado alla conclusione. L'altro tema delicato a cui ci si è ispirato proprio sulla base delle osservazioni dell'OCSE è il sistema sanzionatorio, sia sanzioni amministrative sia sanzioni penali. L'OCSE ha sempre detto: dovete applicare meccanismi sanzionatori non espropriativi. Noi avevamo un sistema di sanzioni che erano fuori linea rispetto agli altri partner europei e internazionali. Pensate che in materia di IVA avevamo delle sanzioni che oscillavano dal 120 al 240%. Sia l'OCSE sia la Corte di Giustizia dell'Unione Europea, ma anche la nostra Corte Costituzionale hanno posto l'accento sulla proporzionalità delle sanzioni rispetto al comportamento. Per questo che abbiamo abbassato la soglia al 70%. In Europa ci si attesta mediamente sul 60% delle sanzioni amministrative, noi l'abbiamo portato al 70%. Abbiamo rivisto il sistema sanzionatorio penale. Ecco, ci sono dei reati, penso all'omessa gli omessi versamenti che in base alla normativa precedente generavano l'applicazione di una sanzione penale. Si è detto, l'omesso versamento può generare una sanzione penale, ma a condizione che non si eseguano i versamenti, appunto, e laddove ci si immette in un percorso di rateizzazione, allora in quel caso gli organi verificatori, Guardia di Finanza, Agenzia delle Entrate, non faranno neanche la segnalazione alla Procura della Repubblica, ma a una condizione, che vengano eseguiti i versamenti. Ecco, quindi vedete che c'è un diverso approccio, come pure anche sul versante del contenzioso, laddove interviene una sentenza irrevocabile a seguito del dibattimento, in base alla quale si afferma che il reato non sussiste, l'imputato non l'ha commesso, il fatto che è stato acclarato in questa decisione deve valere anche sul versante tributario. Ecco, questo dà proprio il segno di come stiamo cercando di cambiare l'assetto del sistema, come abbiamo cambiato, perché questa è normativa che già oggi è vigente, abbiamo cambiato il sistema sanzionatorio amministrativo e penale, perché abbiamo detto noi dobbiamo dar fiducia al contribuente corretto e essere inflessibili nei confronti dei soggetti che pongono in essere frodi, operazioni simulatorie e via dicendo. L'ultimo tema su cui volevo sottoporre alla vostra attenzione riguarda il tema della semplificazione degli adempimenti. Noi oggi abbiamo spinto molto anche qui l'Ocse c'è stato da guida, perché ha sempre posto l'accento sulla semplificazione dei dichiarativi. Oggi io ho sempre ricordato che la nostra dichiarazione dei redditi ha 1000 pagine di istruzioni e abbiamo spinto l'acceleratore su che cosa? Sulla precompilata, la precompilata che deve riguardare non solo coloro i quali hanno redditi di minore dimensione, il mondo del lavoro dipendente, ma anche il lavoro autonomo, le imprese. La precompilata rappresenterà una svolta fondamentale nei rapporti, semplificherà la vita ai contribuenti. Ecco, tutti questi elementi che ho ricordato sicuramente rappresentano un cambio di passo nel rapporto fisco e contribuente. E questo lo dobbiamo fare anche perché è necessario intervenire in questa direzione, altrimenti l'Italia poteva rimanere un po' il fanalino di coda rispetto alle economie più avanzate. Questo è il nostro obiettivo, questo cerchiamo di portarlo avanti e anche grazie al contributo che ci viene dalla Guardia di Finanza, che ci vengono dalle istituzioni internazionali, in particolare dall'Ocse, che riusciamo a portare avanti questo progetto che è fondamentale per il nostro Paese. Grazie.
Lasciano il luogo della cerimonia il Vice Ministro dell'Economia e delle Finanze, il Segretario Generale dell'Organizzazione per la Cooperazione e lo Sviluppo Economico e il Comandante Generale della Guardia di Finanza. Gentili ospiti, la prima sessione della giornata sta per iniziare. Vi preghiamo gentilmente di rimanere seduti. Dear guests, the first session of the day will start in a few minutes. We kindly ask to remain seated. Invitiamo i gentili ospiti a prendere posto, grazie. La prima sessione sta per iniziare. Ricordiamo ai gentili ospiti che tra pochi minuti inizierà la prima sessione dei lavori della giornata. Grazie. Invitiamo i gentili ospiti a prendere posto. Invitiamo i gentili ospiti a prendere posto, grazie. La prima sessione della giornata sta per iniziare, invitiamo i gentili ospiti a prendere posto e a silenziare i telefoni cellulari. Grazie. We are opening the session 1.
Grazie, se potete prendere posto. Velocemente, per favore, lì. Grazie.
We are opening the session 1, reflecting on the past and planning for the future. We are pleased to welcome to the stage the Commander of the Economic and Financial Police School, Major General Francesco Mattana, and the OECD Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Fabrizia La Pecorella. The Commander of the Economic and Financial Police School, Major General Francesco Mattana, will now take the floor.
Allora, nel dare l'avvio formale ai nostri lavori, desidero preliminarmente ringraziare di cuore tutti voi per essere qui oggi, un segno tangibile del vostro impegno e della volontà di contribuire al continuo dialogo internazionale su temi di cruciale importanza. Un saluto particolare anche a tutti coloro che ci stanno seguendo a distanza, posto che l'evento odierno viene trasmesso in diretta streaming sul canale YouTube della Guardia di Finanza. Un ringraziamento ai rappresentanti dell'OCSE, senza la loro collaborazione il cammino che abbiamo percorso in questi anni non sarebbe stato altrettanto significativo né efficace. La ricorrenza odierna, infatti, del 10° anniversario della costituzione dell'International Academy for Tax Crime Investigation dell'OCSE ci vede qui riuniti presso la nostra scuola di polizia economico-finanziaria. E ciò non rappresenta solo un momento di giusta celebrazione, ma vuole essere anche una straordinaria opportunità per riflettere sul cammino svolto insieme sino ad ora, nonché un'occasione per tracciare le linee guida future di una collaborazione che si è dimostrata quanto mai fruttuosa e direi fondamentale nel contesto attuale. Il nostro percorso comune, iniziato 10 anni fa, ha infatti permesso di affrontare, mediante la promozione della cultura del contrasto al crimine economico-finanziario, attraverso la formazione di investigatori economici finanziari in tutto il mondo, una serie di sfide globali via via più complesse, con impatti diretti sul contrasto alle attività illecite che sempre più spesso avvengono attraverso intricati meccanismi transnazionali. L'accordo siglato nel 2014 ha rappresentato un punto di svolta, aprendo nuove prospettive di crescita professionale e di rafforzamento delle competenze per migliaia di funzionari provenienti dai diversi Paesi. Grazie alla collaborazione con l'OCSE, la nostra attività formativa ha potuto assumere una dimensione internazionale che ha permesso di far conoscere la Guardia di Finanza e il nostro istituto, proiettandolo in un contesto globale. La condivisione di buone pratiche, lo scambio di conoscenze tra diverse autorità fiscali e finanziarie e la possibilità di integrare esperienze eterogenee provenienti da diversi contesti territoriali ha costituito un indubbio stimolo per approcciare esigenze formative in continua evoluzione. I risultati ottenuti in questo decennio ci infondono fiducia anche per il futuro. Grazie al lavoro congiunto con l'OCSE e all'impegno costante delle nostre strutture didattiche, abbiamo sviluppato e implementato l'erogazione di corsi intensivi di potenziamento delle investigazioni finanziarie e delle tecniche di indagine avanzate. Dalla iniziale sottoscrizione del protocollo d'intesa, avvenuto il 17 giugno 2014, cui sono seguiti 2 rinnovi, sono stati erogati 40 corsi e si sono formati alla Scuola di Polizia Economico-Finanziaria oltre 1.300 investigatori economico-finanziari, provenienti da oltre 150 Paesi. Uno sforzo intenso, importante, che richiede risorse specifiche dedicate e per il quale colgo qui l'occasione per ringraziare l'apparato di questa splendida scuola, i miei collaboratori, tutto il personale che si prodiga per la migliore organizzazione di tali corsi. Le attività didattiche sono articolate in moduli teorici e pratici, con la possibilità di approfondire tematiche cruciali, le indagini finanziarie per il contrasto al riciclaggio, le tecniche operative per l'efficace utilizzo delle informazioni bancarie, le attività investigative attinenti al cash economy, nonché da ultimo il programma specialistico inerente ai reati di corruzione in corso di svolgimento proprio in questi giorni. A mio avviso, ciò che rende unica questa collaborazione tra la nostra scuola e l'OCSE è l'arricchimento che deriva dalla condivisione di prospettive diverse. La possibilità di confrontarsi con colleghi di altri Stati accresce la capacità di analisi di ciascun partecipante, permettendo di comprendere meglio le dinamiche globali che influenzano i singoli contesti internazionali. Infatti, in un mondo interconnesso, nessun Paese può agire da solo. La cooperazione internazionale e la formazione globale diventano strumenti imprescindibili per affrontare i nuovi cambiamenti. In tal senso di particolare significato è stato lo sforzo in termini di capacity building dedicato da questa Academy ai Paesi destinatari del progetto MENA. Se guardiamo al futuro, ci rendiamo conto che le sfide che ci attendono sono ancora più impegnative. La rapidità con cui evolvono i fenomeni economici, finanziari e sociali, unitamente alla crescente complessità delle interazioni internazionali, richiederanno agli investigatori dei nostri Paesi un livello di preparazione sempre più elevato. Ma sono fiducioso che grazie alla collaborazione con l'OCSE saremo in grado di rispondere con successo a queste sfide. Nel concludere, ritengo che dovremo continuare a investire nella formazione, rafforzando ulteriormente i programmi di cooperazione internazionale, promuovendo l'uso delle nuove tecnologie nella didattica e sviluppando percorsi formativi sempre più mirati alle esigenze specifiche di ciascun Paese. Inoltre, dovremmo essere in grado di anticipare le tendenze future per preparare i funzionari a gestire le sfide emergenti, come quelle legate alla digitalizzazione e alla globalizzazione economica, anche nella consapevolezza delle potenzialità recate dall'intelligenza artificiale. Oggi, più che mai, è infatti evidente la necessità di investire nella creazione di professionisti in grado di leggere e comprendere la complessità dei fenomeni economici e finanziari internazionali e di rispondere con tempestività ed efficacia alle esigenze di un sistema economico globale in continua trasformazione. 10 anni di collaborazione sono certamente un bel traguardo, ma sono certo che dal confronto continuo, anche nell'ambito dell'odierna iniziativa, scaturiranno idee e proposte innovative, capaci di avvalorare ulteriormente la sinergia tra la nostra scuola e l'OCSE, al servizio di un sistema economico-finanziario più trasparente, equo e sicuro. Grazie.
The OECD Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Fabrizia Pecorella, will now take the floor.
Buongiorno a tutti, good morning everyone. Dear representative of the OECD Academy for Tax and Financial Crime Investigation, dear colleagues. It is a great honor and a pleasure to be here with you today to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the OECD International Academy for Tax and Financial Crime Investigation. This institution was born right here in Ostia at the Economic Financial Police School of the Guardia di Finanza, which, as we've heard before, is this year celebrating a remarkable 250 years of service anniversary. Our meeting, this conference today, it is a great opportunity not only to celebrate this important milestone, but also to reflect on the profound impact the OECD Academy has had over the last decade. The Academy was established primarily to support developing jurisdictions and building the capacity to investigate and take enforcement action against tax crimes and other financial crimes. And in line with its original mission, over 75% of participants on academy courses have come from developing jurisdiction. We have heard this morning, however, that the role and the sense of the work that is done here is evolving, and sharing, providing common training for officials of different administration is an essential ingredient to facilitate and foster international cooperation. And I think this is actually the way in which the efforts done at the Academy are to be regarded. The impact of tax crimes on public revenue and public trust is significant and far-reaching, and in this context, the Academy has played a crucial role in safeguarding and enhancing domestic resource mobilization while fostering trust in the tax systems and in government institutions. To ensure the Academy continues to meet the evolving needs of developing countries, the OECD rigorously evaluates its impact. We carry out follow-up surveys for a period that ranges from 18 to 24 months, and we closely follow the practical impact of programs and what they actually mean for the individuals, their organization, and for the jurisdictions that they belong to. And you've heard this morning a few numbers already from the OECD Secretary General. I will share with you other numbers that are actually in the brochure that was published today and that you have found in your on your seats. Now, what are, I think, other interesting numbers to understand the impact and role played by the Academy? 97% of participants report in our evaluation survey that attending an academic course has improved their abilities and skills and taught them new techniques. In the last 3 years, since 2021, nearly 50% of participants report making procedural or operational changes to their investigative practices, for example, updating investigation manuals or developing interagency memorandum of understanding. And around a third of participants report initiating policy or legislative amendments as a result of their participation in an academic program, so that the impact moves from the operational space also to the policy space. And we have evidence, although anecdotal, of results achieved through participation in the academy in specific activities. Let me give you a few examples, all of which have resulted from experiences and learning at academic programs. In Brazil, a toolkit to guide complex case management was recently published. In Namibia, sizable fraud and corruption in the fishing sector was detected. In Indonesia, a host of fraud schemes related to falsified tax returns and counterfeit tax invoices was identified and successfully prosecuted, leading to a fine of around $7.6 million. In the Philippines, the Asset Recovery Task Force within the Bureau of Internal Revenue in the Philippines was created. Since its establishment, the units have recovered assets and generated revenues of over 660 million euros, alongside successful identifications and prosecution of more than 300 tax offenders. And beyond these practical initiatives, the Academy is also being rated as highly effective in providing the skills required to effectively conduct criminal investigations, identifying and detecting indicators of money laundering and terrorist financing. And let me also highlight here that, consistent with the OECD commitment to gender equality and diversity, the Academy is dedicated to achieving equal representation of women and men among its participants and instructors. Since 2020, every call for applications has explicitly encouraged jurisdictions to take gender balance into account when nominating officials to apply. And while there is certainly still work to be done, to date, 44% of the over 3,000 participants have been women. And this is quite an achievement, given the underrepresentation of women in law enforcement roles across the globe. And it's good to see so many colleagues here sitting in the room. Going forward, we will continue adapting the courses to keep pace with new technology tools used for both the Commission and the prevention of financial crimes. And I will simply echo what has been recalled by previous speakers. We can expect the use of artificial intelligence tools to play an increasingly important role in identifying suspicious activities and transactions, as well as in wider risk assessment. Equally, we are likely to see artificial intelligence increasingly used in committing crimes, including through the creation of fake identities or the hacking of systems. The use of crypto assets also creates new risks to transparency and new challenges for investigators. I know that in these and other areas, the OECD Forum on Tax Administration, and you will hear it in our colleague Claudia Vargas speaking about that, will be looking to work closely with the task force on tax and crime, both on mitigating risks as well as looking at how policy and technology solutions might help to design out the weaknesses that criminals exploit. And as the economy increasingly digitalizes and the connections between systems can increasingly be made in real time and across borders, it will be hugely important for tax authorities and law enforcement agencies to share knowledge between them very, very rapidly. And the academies have a crucial role to play also in this. And in closing, before moving to the very interesting panel that will start in a few minutes, let me reiterate our commitment at the OECD to ensuring that the Academy continues to play an important role in building regional and global capacity to tackle tax crime over the coming decade. Today's celebration is a perfect opportunity to reinforce our efforts and establish new partnership, and in doing so, to expand the scope and the reach of the Academy network. Thank you very much.
The commander of the Economic Financial Police School, Major General Francesco Mattana, and the OECD Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Fabrizia La Pecorella, leave the stage. We are pleased to invite to the stage the OECD manager, Mr. Marcos Roca, who will moderate the panel discussion with the OECD Regional Academies representatives.
Sì, tutto a posto.
Good morning, dear colleagues. It is always a big responsibility to follow the important speeches, but thank you very much for being with us today, and also to those of you joining us online. My name is Marcos Roca. As you just heard, I'm the manager of the Academy, and it's my pleasure to be with you. As mentioned in the speeches by the Secretary General, also by the Deputy Secretary General, we are a global family of the Academy, with Ostia acting a bit in true Italian fashion as the patrofamilias, but we have also the other regional centers, the pilots across the world. So essentially, I think I'm moderating a family reunion, which hopefully will be nice and peaceful, like all family reunions, including my family's. And as such, I would like to introduce you to our esteemed panelists today. On my right here is Mr. Martin Lorenzini, who is the head of the Unit for International Cooperation and Global Politics for Stability and Growth at the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Also delighted and honored to welcome Dr. Pravod Seth, who is a member of the board of the Central Board of Direct Taxes of India. Dr. Seth, during his career, has held important positions throughout the Indian Revenue Service and previously was the Principal Chief Commissioner in charge of international tax. So thank you very much for coming all the way from Delhi to be with us today. On my left, I'm home with my fellow Argentinian, Ms. Paola Cupari, Deputy Director General of the Federal Administration of Public Revenues of Argentina. So I appreciate what a long flight it is from Buenos Aires to Rome, so thank you very much. And the same thanks to Mr. Paul Matuku, Commissioner of Legal Services and Board Coordination of the Kenya Revenue Authority for joining us today, especially as we are going to sign the renewal of the MOU between the OECD and Kenya for the Africa Academy. And last but not least, Mr. Kazuhiko Takeda, who is the Deputy Commissioner for Large Enterprises and Criminal Investigation of the National Tax Authority of Japan. And Mr. Takeda is also the chair of the OECD Task Force on Tax Crimes and Other Crimes, so since May this year. So thank you very much, Takeda-san, for being with us today. I have many questions. I'm conscious that we're running a little bit late on the agenda, so I will start right away with Mr. Lorenzini. If you could please tell us a bit, as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Academy, we've heard about the roles of the Guardia di Finanza and also the government of Italy more broadly and how they've played in its success. But could you share a bit how the Academy aligns with Italy's broader international development goals?
Yes, thank you. It is, let me first of all to say that it's an honor to participate in this event celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Academy, and I would like to congratulate OECD and the Guardia di Finanza for reaching this very important milestone. I want to pick up on a remark the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs Tajani made in his message talking about OECD and Guardia di Finanza. So if one were to coin a phrase to describe this cooperation, it would be excellence meets excellence, because the OECD is the leading organization in defining high-level standards and designing evidence-based policies, and the Guardia di Finanza has a wealth of experience in fighting financial and economic crime, which goes back 2.5 centuries. So when the Academy was established, there were all prerequisites for a success stories, and I think that 10 years on, we all agree that those expectations were met. We heard it from the interventions from the authorities which intervened previously. So the fight against all forms of organized crime, especially economic crime, has become a qualifying feature of our external actions towards a fairer globalization. As regards specifically your question, training and capacity building are an important block of our foreign policy. And in this context, international technical assistance, especially in the field of justice and security, which is developed through 4 pillars of capacity, institutional, law, and consensus building, are an important element. To this end, the cooperation between the Guardia di Finanza and OECD through the Academy has played a major role. The MFA supported, because these activities fall within the wider scope of our international cooperation policy. We really supported the center since its inception. In the beginning, financing targeted activities, and more recently, stepping up our financial support through voluntary contributions to the OECD. So we hope that this successful collaboration will be further intensified in the future. More generally speaking, over the past 2 decades, Italy has developed a vast expertise in the field of training and capacity. In addition to the center here in Ostia, Italy hosts 2 OECD centers, one on local development in Trento, which focuses on the human dimension of development, private sector, regions, and localities, and the OECD Training Center on Public Governance in Caserta, which aims to foster the modernization of the public sector. So you see, It's capacity building, strengthening the capacities is a cross-cutting theme of our external action. And this also testifies the really close cooperation we have with OECD on a broad spectrum of activities. We strongly believe that these activities are a crucial element to improve cooperation with our partners. Firstly, these activities foster a common understanding of the challenges we are facing and help developing common approaches to address them. Major General Matana said it in his intervention, it's also very important to share the different perspectives that trainers and trainees have on specific issues, and that would be my second point. Training and capacity building is never a one-way street. While sharing their own knowledge, competencies, and experiences, trainers acquire precious insights into the working methods of their counterparts and also benefit from their skills. Finally, these opportunities, and this was also mentioned in previous speeches, promote the establishment of networks. And those networks are very useful for future operational cooperation between all the parties who participate in these activities. So the Academy is a perfect example for this. It was mentioned by several previous speakers, the number of high-level training which was provided and the countries. Also, one important point of the excellent work that the Academy has done is that it laid the groundworks for the establishment of the 3 regional centers. So I see that I already took all my time. 5 minutes are hardly enough to get started on cooperation. But let me just mention one more example of cooperation between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Guardia di Finanza at the international level, because I think this is really a best practice. And that's the network of expert officers of the Guardia di Finanza. There are really high-level officers which serve in our embassies and in our permanent representations abroad, and they give an invaluable contribution in our bilateral relations, but also to support regional programs. Let me conclude by thanking OECD and Guardia di Finanza for organizing this event. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Lorenzini, for that very, very interesting intervention. Particularly, training is not a one-way street. Is something I agree, and also it's true for us at the Secretariat. This Academy puts us as Secretariat of an international organization in a sort of comparative advantage, because we can see what the high-level politicians think on the discussions, but we also know what happens on the ground through the participants. So thank you for that. I'll move to Mr. Paul Matuku, Commissioner. Good morning. We are about seconds away from renewing the Memorandum of Understanding between the OECD and the Kenya Revenue Authority, which will extend our partnership until 2029 or more. And the Africa Center has emerged as a cornerstone of our regional outreach. It's actually the second largest center after Ostia in number of participants. What strengths does the Nairobi Center offer, in your view, in addressing the specific needs of African investigators, particularly when you think about the need to combat illicit financial flows in the continent?
Thank you, Marcus. First of all, I would like to start by stating the achievements the African Center has achieved in the last few years as we celebrate the renewal of the engagement. The OECD African Academy for Tax and Financial Crime Investigation, based in Nairobi and hosted by the Kenya Revenue Authority, has implemented various programs for all countries in Africa since 2017. And the following are some of the achievements the Center has achieved in the last few years. Number one, trained over 800 participants as a full academy from 2019 to date, implemented over 20 academy programs. 41 African countries have participated in various academy programs in Nairobi, and the center has successfully implemented training for trainers programs for over 20 participants, enabling former participants to become academy instructors, significantly increasing the number of African experts delivering on several modules. So what are the unique strengths presented by the Nairobi Academy? Number one, real needs-based programs. What do we mean by this? The needs-based approach to program development has ensured that training programs are relevant and address real and emerging issues across the African countries. The African space presents unique needs, challenges, and opportunities, and the process of identifying and meeting these needs has created a relevance and ensured a high level of impact and adoption of learning skills and techniques to address the challenges that face the African continent. The center's programs are specifically designed to address these regional issues, focusing on challenges such as flow of illicit funds through informal networks and risks associated with such based economies. The center in Nairobi has become a vital part of global efforts to combat illicit financial flows with a strong focus on the African context. Number three, unique investigative skills from the African context with a contextual understanding of African financial systems, including informal money transfers, especially the mobile money transactions, which in Kenya we call M-Pesa. The other advantage which we present is the delivery approach. The trainers have access to investigative statistics, including availability of data and funds declared at entry points. This has led to the use of real case-based scenarios, relevant statistical data, reference materials, and templates, which continue to provide practical approaches in learning. The other advantage is the multi-agency approach in these trainings, whereby we have the center coordinating various agencies like the tax administrations, security agencies, financial management recovery institutions, ethics and investigation directorates, and involving them and incorporating them in the delivery of training for the participants in the region. Lastly, the geographical positioning of Nairobi. It is very central, accessible training hub. The Nairobi city is a communication and a transport and technology hub for Africa. This, coupled with the removal of visa requirements for all our visitors in the country, has created an ideal, convenient and modern training center with all the necessary support infrastructure in place to support quality class and experiential training. So in brief, that is the unique strengths the Nairobi Center presents for the region, and we are happy with the continued collaboration with the OECD and the GIF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for that intervention and for highlighting in particular, among other things, the trainer of trainers, which we worked a lot with the Kenya Revenue Authority, with your officers, and it was a huge success. And we now the African instructors, we also ask them to join us in courses across the world, including Austria and elsewhere. So thank you for your constant support. From Nairobi, I'm going to Buenos Aires with Ms. Paola Cupari. Ms. Cupari, the Latin America Center of the Academy is unique in the sense that it offers courses in English and in Spanish. They're bilingual courses. How do you see the center complementing the work of the International Academy here in Ostia, and what additional value does the regional center bring to your region?
Thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here. For the Federal Administration of Tax Revenue in Argentina, it's an honor to be the headquarters of the Latin American Academy since 2018. Throughout last 7 years, the Latin American Academy has celebrated 18 courses, training more than 600 officials of our region from 39 different countries. Moreover, we must emphasize the participation of representatives of different public agencies involved in the investigation and tax finance crimes, such as the Financial Information Unit, the Anti-Corruption Office, the Tax Administration, the Public Prosecutor Office, the Judiciary, the Ministry of Security, and Police. The interaction of the officials mentioned before has strengthened interagency cooperation at national and regional level, creating points of contact and references with whom to continue working in the development of daily work. This is one of the important additional value from the OECD Academy. Likewise, the dialogue and contact generated by the officials in the courses allow them to learn about maneuvers that are repeated in the different jurisdictions, and within the framework, they exchange experiences and good practices, operational guidelines, legal regulations, etc., guidance on how to deal with them. Moreover, the interaction of the officials from different public organizations and countries in the regions allows us, within the framework of the Academy, to become aware of the issues that require the most attention in relation to regional concerns. These topics are incorporated and reinforced in the program's curricula, complementing the work of the International Academy. Such is the case with the inclusion of the service to visualize compliance with the 10 global principles to fight tax crimes. All officials participating in the programs complete this survey. This allowed us to learn more about the issues that need to be reinforced, such as interinstitutional cooperation and international assistance in tax matters, among other aspects. Finally, and in relation to the issue raised in your question, that Buenos Aires Academy exclusively offers bilingual courses in English and Spanish, I'd like to highlight that the situation offers an important advantage, since the fact that the majority of the participants speak Spanish, their native language, with simultaneous interpreters to facilitate the interaction with experts, who mostly speak English, allows for an easy and fluid communication and dialogue between everyone. Another value aspect of simultaneous interpretation is that it gives all officials equal access to this high-level training program. To conclude, there is no doubt about the important work of training and awareness on these issues that the OECD, through the International Academy, is carrying out. I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate the OECD Task Force on Tax Crimes and Other Crimes and the International Academy for the excellent work they are doing, and thank them for allowing the Tax Administration of Argentina to host the Latin American Academy, which is an honor for us, as well as an enormous commitment that we assume with great responsibility.
Thank you, Ms. Kupari, for that very, very inspiring intervention, and also for highlighting the informal networks that are created as part of the courses. And we know that that's one of the big advantages of the Academy. And thank you in particular to AFIP for being not only a host, but just like all the other hosts, a very generous host of the Academy. We have very generous set of hosts across the world. I would like to move to Mr. Takeda. Mr. Takeda, it's been 5 years since we started Tokyo in 2019, the youngest member of the family. Are you able to share some of the tangible impacts that this program has had in the Asia-Pacific region?
Sure. Thank you, Marcus. It's a great honor to be here today. My name is Kazuhiko Takeda, the Deputy Commissioner of Criminal Investigation at the National Tax Agency in Japan, ATA, as well as the chair of the OECD TFTC, Task Force for Tax Crime and Other Financial Crimes. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the OECD Secretariat and Italian Guardia di Finanza for organizing this event. As many previous speakers have already emphasized, OECD Academy plays an important role in supporting and developing jurisdictions in their enforcement against tax crimes, and Japan fully supports this mission. tax and financial crimes not only become a significant source of funding for criminal organizations, but they also contribute to the rise and complexity of serious crimes, such as terrorism, and can also undermine the financial stability of the countries. Therefore, I consider it's very important that each jurisdiction collaborate closely to combat these crimes effectively. I believe that having the OECD Academy in the Asia-Pacific region has a distinctive significance because of its uniqueness. Asia-Pacific region is believed that it would represent 75% of the world population and almost half of the world GDP by 2050. This economic expansion will lead to an increase in transaction and potentially an increase in tax-related crimes. For the purpose of promoting international cooperation to prevent tax crimes, Japan delivered the first Asia-Pacific Academy program in May 2019 at the National Tax College of the NTA Japan. Speaking of tangible impact, as Asia-Pacific Academy has already welcomed over 500 participants from approximately 30 jurisdictions across the Asia-Pacific, from the Middle East, such as Qatar, Saudi Arabia, to Indo-Pacific islands, such as Maldives and Papua New Guinea. The Academy delivered its courses 3 times a year, even during the pandemic, in an online format. And the Academy resumed its in-person course since last year. The 18th Academy is scheduled next month. Even in the selection of themes, the Academy has covered the most recent global issues that our Asian Pacific neighbors are facing, such as anti-money laundering, VAT fraud, and crypto assets. We also arrange practical activities to deepen participants' knowledge to investigative methods, including digital forensics, and to understand each country's tax systems. So we already have some tangible impacts. Our goal is far more ambitious. This June, we renewed the Memorandum of Cooperation on Academy to extend a period for next 5 years, aiming at greater impacts. Particularly, as significant focus is given to the domestic resource mobilization, which is DRM, in various fora, I believe the Academy can hugely contribute this important goal. It goes without saying that without a proper enforcement system, no tax systems are effective. Capacity building activities in tackling tax crime is an essential part of domestic resource mobilization. In this context, I recognize that OECD's persistent commitment to grassroots capacity building program is noteworthy. International cooperation in tackling tax evasion is often discussed within diplomatic context, but equally beneficial is, I believe, its real-life experience and networks of field-level investigators, and OECD has made significant contribution in this respect. It is also remarkable that OECD has a very inclusive approach, as all regional academies are hosted by geographically balanced and diverse partners. Our ultimate goal in various capacity building programs is the sound economic growth of Asian Pacific region and thus to make contribution to the world economy. The enhancement of enforcement capacity of neighboring jurisdictions not only benefit our cross-border investigation, but at the end of the day may also contribute to shrinking the economic gap as well, stabilizing the region as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Takeda-san, for your intervention. And also, I think it's important to highlight the links between the work that we do in the Academy and the economic growth, reducing the poverty gap. In the end of the day, that's what we're talking about when we talk about fighting tax crime. It's making sure that our people live better. So thank you very much for that. And just like Takeda-san said, 75% of the world's population is in Asia Pacific, and that's why we are also very proud to partner with 20% of the world's population in India, and with the Central Board of Direct Taxes of India, where we launched a pilot program which has been very successful. And we're excited to host a second course actually from Monday next week in Delhi. So, Dr. Seth, how do you see a future academy center in India contributing to the specific investigative and enforcement needs of South Asia?
Thank you, Marcos. At the outset, I would like to compliment and congratulate OECD for organizing this very important conference on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the OECD Center here in Austria. At the outset, let me brief you about and share with you the pilot program which the CBDT is conducting with the OECD. The first part of it was in 2023, and that was on conducting financial investigations. From Monday, we are going to have the second part of it, which relates to money laundering, trends, prosecutions, and the challenges posed by crypto assets. That's going to be a very interesting and absorbing topic. Our experience from the first part of the program has been that there was a lot of interest, and both in terms of service delivery, the program delivery, as well as the contents, the program was very well received. The third part of it will be in January 2025, where we'll have senior managers as the trainees, as the participants, and it will be on conducting financial crime investigations. So that will be a very, very important topic, and we are sure with the experience we have gained from the first and the second part of the pilot phase, the third one will be even more productive and will then set the stage for the OECD Center to be set up in Delhi. Let me share with you the fact that the Government of India has approved setting up of a Center of Excellence in which OECD Center will be an important part of it. Now, as regards going about setting up of this center, we want to have participants as well as the faculty members of different countries imparting knowledge about the investigative practices and their experiences concerning their jurisdictions, and then trainees gaining from that. Trainees will be coming from different parts of the South Asian region in particular, and through sharing of experiences amongst participants, we expect a lot of learning to happen. In the CBDT, we have given a very big role to training. We have a National Academy of Direct Taxes, apart from the 10 regional centers of training which are set up in different parts of the country. And capacity building in financial investigation is a very, very important part of it. Apart from the income tax, there are other organizations also in the field of investigations, and we keep sharing with them our experiences so that the capacity building grows up in the country. When we move on to the regional forum and take the international expertise from OECD and some other important international knowledge partners like the IMF, the HMRC, we will be able to have international panel of experts, and they will be sharing their experiences, they will be imparting inputs to all the trainees. And I'm sure with this type of a setup, we are visualizing this academy is going to play a very, very important role insofar as conducting physical investigation and preventing financial crime is concerned.
Thank you very much, Dr. Seth, for that intervention and for sharing the breaking news that there has been approval from the government for setting up a new center there. So we look very much forward to the conversation with you and with your officers about the continuation of the activities. So thank you very much. I'd like to, for a second, go back to Commissioner Matuku. Commissioner, just because also Nairobi is the second largest and second oldest center after Ostia, could you share any success stories or case studies that demonstrate the impact of the Nairobi Center in so far? And additionally, what new strategies or partnerships do you believe could further strengthen the Academy's role in training financial investigators across Africa?
Thank you, Marcos. The technique learned during the programs which the center in Nairobi has been able to disseminate to participants has been put in practice in various countries within the African continent, leading to successful large-scale investigations and prosecutions within the financial crime, in particularly complex areas. As an academy, we do follow up with our participants who have trained in the academy to find out how they are applying the knowledge they have acquired from the academy and the achievements they have made. I will give a synopsis of about 5 countries in Africa, what the participants told us they have benefited from the trainings and how they have applied the knowledge they have acquired from the center. And the first one is in Rwanda, where the participants we followed up had this to say: the course has enabled me to easily identify VAT fraud. In addition, the knowledge about indicators of missing traders has come in handy in my daily analysis of tax evasion cases. And the Rwanda Revenue Authority, out of this, has been able to combat VAT fraud through strict regulations and audits by 15%. That is a success story from Rwanda. From Zimbabwe, the participant had this to say: I made legislative change proposals after the session I had in Nairobi in respect to information learned, in respect to exchange of information, and the recommendations I made are to introduce corruption and integrity course within the Zimbabwean Revenue Authority to reduce corruption cases. Another participant from Botswana, which is within the southern tip of Africa. As a person, I have benefited a lot from this training. It has helped me to have a better understanding of the VAT fraud, which I have applied in my work environment as an auditor. And I have managed to identify 4 cases that I have referred for further investigation, and amongst the 4, 2 were closed, leading to recovery of huge amounts of taxes for the Invalid Revenue Service of Botswana. Further ahead in Zambia, the participant informed us that first of all, as an investigation manager, the course equipped me with skills of identifying different VAT frauds and also on how to manage such investigations. And the course which I undertook in Nairobi has assisted me in the Zimbabwean Revenue Authority to easily identify red flags in VAT claims by matching the returns, financial statement, and cross-matching other taxpayers who allegedly supplied certain goods, checking to these whether they are also declaring sales in their returns at the end of the day. In Uganda, which is close to Kenya, the participant told us that he has used the knowledge to train financial intelligence authority staff and law enforcement officers, especially within the Uganda Police Force, on how to handle cyber crime cases, which have also used the knowledge acquired to conclude some cases involving virtual assets. So far, 20% of the cases have been resolved, some leading to conviction of the criminals who have been prosecuted. Now, what new partnerships and strategy can be applied in the future in this African center in Nairobi? Number one, we think if we can expand the scope of programs to include new emerging areas such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and robotics to enhance the investigative capabilities, because that is where financial crime is getting to. The investigators and the investigating agencies of the future have to adopt quickly to these technologies, which the players have adopted and are already using to circumvent the legal systems in place. Two, collaborating and working closely with other regional bodies, and here we have in mind the African Tax Administration Forum, headquartered in South Africa, because they too have a pool of experts with the African story and experience, and this can be used in regional platforms that will work to increase the program's reach across the African continent. Further, we can, in collaboration with OECD, we can implement learning on exchange programs to expose participants to world-leading countries, organizations, technologies, and processes that are success story in other countries, especially India, Japan, and the rest, and even Argentina. These stories would work very well in expediting knowledge adoption for all participants across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your intervention, for raising the importance of expanding the scope of the programs to include artificial intelligence, machine learning, adapt to these challenges. This is something we are starting to work on. It's more easy to say than to do it, because there's a lot of learning from us to do as well before we can deliver that, but this is something we're doing. And also thank you for highlighting the importance of the work with the African Tax Administration Forum, which is also here with us. Tulani is here and will be in a panel later in the afternoon. Conscious of time, I want to ask one final question to Dr. Seth. As the Academy moves towards formalizing its presence in India, what challenges do you foresee, if any, in establishing a center, especially given the diverse legal and enforcement landscapes across the South Asian region? How could greater collaboration with neighboring countries enhance our efficiency in addressing the needs from the region?
Yeah. Thank you, Marcos, for the question. Well, as regards the challenges in setting up of the center, as I mentioned in my response to the first question, the pilot phase, which has been going on, started in 2023 and will continue up till 2025. Through the implementation of that pilot phase, we have come to know some of the challenges which we are going to face when we are setting up of the Center of Excellence. As regards the challenges which are going to arise, some of the challenges are within the region and some across the entire South Asian region. As regards challenges from within, one of the important challenges will have to be the revenue model, which means that the Center of Excellence has to be self-sustaining. We have to design courses in such a way that it caters to the requirements of investigators and other takers of this course across the region, so that they show their keen interest in taking those courses, and at the same time that enables the Center of Excellence to become self-sustainable. for that, we have to see that the courses are tailor-made to suit the requirements of all the trainees from various regions, various countries in the South Asian region. The second point, which in fact arises on account of the diverse legal and enforcement landscapes across the South Asian region, that can in fact be tackled through greater participation of faculty as well as trainees from different parts of the South Asian region, and also through foreign collaboration with important agencies like the OECD, HMRC, African Tax Administration Forum, and the IMF. This type of cooperation will in fact enable the center to share experiences from various parts of the globe, which will be useful for the participants coming from diverse backgrounds. That the eminent professors and those delivering those lectures will be sharing experiences of different countries of the world, and the trainees getting that sort of experience will in fact be incentivized to attend such type of courses in the academy in future as well. So what we are actually planning is to have a number of knowledge partners coming forward and sharing their knowledge in such a center, and they will cater to the requirements of the participants from various countries. And since the type of knowledge being imparted by knowledge partners coming from different parts of the countries, from different international organizations, will prove to be extremely useful for the participants having diverse legal and enforcement landscapes. I think the center with this sort of multilateral approach will be extremely useful and will be able to cope with the challenges.
Thank you very much, Dr. Setzer, for that response. I will very quickly open the floor for questions or comments. I don't know. I see there's a question there. I don't know if there's a microphone, or otherwise, please. Yeah, if you can speak very loudly and just introduce yourself so the... Thank you very much, and thanks for that question, and also a special thanks to Norway for their constant support. NORAD is the Norwegian Development Agency, is one of the biggest partners of the Academy, so thanks for that. I don't know if any of our speakers would like to respond to that question. No, if Mr. Commissioner Makuto, Mr. Takeda would like to, or Dr. Seth, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, as regards the domestic challenges and the global challenges, in fact, different tax administrations have been facing these domestic challenges. But with increasing globalization and digitization, with the world coming closer, the global challenges are becoming more and more relevant, and are becoming, in fact, difficult to really cope with. like the instance of having tax havens and the complex structures which in fact are created with a view to evade taxes. There was a time when these type of complicated structures and these type of strategies for showing the larger part of the income or wealth in tax havens was not there. But with this increasing globalization, there has been a tendency to shift towards more sophisticated ways of evading taxes, and that's why I think with the passage of time, these global challenges are increasing in terms of their importance.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Takeda, please go ahead.
Thank you for your question. In setting the same, in our experience, it's quite rare that the global issue and regional issue and countries specific issue is different. And although we acknowledge there is a country-specific or regional-specific problem, when we select a theme or set a schedule of the academy, we are trying to find out the common interest for tax investigators in many regions. So far, we don't see that as a problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. With the globalization, national problems become also global problems. And the regional problems also become global problems. So the way to go about it is coming up with a bilateral and multilateral agreements for exchange of information where experiences in one country are shared in another country, and the challenges are also shared with a view to coming up with a common universal problem. Because you'll find that the problems, especially on illicit financial flows, are not unique to any particular country, but they are universal. So that exchange of information, for example, having the tax auditors without borders, investigators without borders, those initiatives will go a long way to resolving some of these problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you. I would like to ask for a final round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. And I would kindly ask Commissioner Matuku to please stay here on the stage as we move on to the next part, which is the signing of the renewal of the MOU. Thank you very much.
Now, the OECD Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Fabrizia La Pecorella, and the Commissioner of Legal Services and Board Coordination of the Kenya Revenue Authority, Mr. Paul Matuku, will sign a Memorandum of Understanding on behalf of the OECD and Kenya Revenue Authority for the continuation of the OECD Africa Academy for Tax and Financial Crime Investigation for a further 5 years. Now, the OECD Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Fabrizia La Pecorella, and the Commissioner of Legal Services and Board Coordination, Kenya Revenue Authority, Mr. Paul Matuku, will sign a Memorandum of Understanding on behalf of the OECD and Kenya Revenue Authority for the continuation of the OECD Africa Academy for Tax and Financial Crime Investigation for a further 5 years. Dear guests, you are now invited to the Hall of Honor for the lunch break. The second session starts at 1:45. Gentili ospiti, la sessione pomeridiana sta per avere inizio. Siete cortesemente invitati a prendere posto. Grazie. I gentili ospiti sono cortesemente invitati a prendere posto. Grazie. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon sessions. You are please invited to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome to the stage the head of second department Intelligence and International Relations, Guardia di Finanza General Headquarters, Brigadier General Vito Giordano, and the General Director of Finance, Italian Ministry of Finance, Mr. Giovanni Spalletta. The Head of Second Department, Intelligence and International Relations, Guardia di Finanza General Headquarters, Brigadier General Vito Giordano, will now take the floor.
Signor Direttore Generale delle Finanze, gentili rappresentanti delle amministrazioni fiscali, doganali e di law enforcement e giudiziarie dei Paesi aderenti, autorità, gentili intervenuti. Sono il generale di brigata Vito Giordano, capo del secondo reparto del Comando Generale della Guardia di Finanza, che è autorità competente designata dal Corpo allo scambio di informazioni e punto di contatto nei rapporti di collaborazione con gli organi collaterali esteri. Per me è un onore dare avvio alla seconda sessione dei lavori di questo prestigioso consesso, focalizzata sull'approfondimento dei capisaldi della cooperazione su scala globale e in tale ambito del ruolo svolto dalle accademie e dai centri di formazione e di alta specializzazione nella diffusione di una cultura investigativa nel contrasto dei crimini tributari e finanziari. Le profonde evoluzioni che hanno interessato i mercati finanziari e reso le relazioni economiche sempre più complesse, se da un lato nel ridefinire il quadro macroeconomico internazionale di riferimento hanno incentivato un accrescimento delle sinergie e dello sviluppo economico tra i vari Paesi, grazie a forme di integrazione economica e anche agli strumenti di raccolta e di trasferimento della ricchezza, dall'altro hanno costituito terreno fertile per le consorterie criminali che sfruttano le asimmetrie informative e le lacune normative generate dalla forte interdipendenza dei mercati. Quindi le organizzazioni criminali hanno colto tale opportunità per infiltrarsi nell'economia legale, sviluppando schemi fraudolenti e sistemi di riciclaggio sempre più sofisticati e complessi. Accanto alle tradizionali modalità di frode, le organizzazioni hanno sperimentato meccanismi innovativi che permettono di celare la titolarità effettiva degli assetti proprietari, ostacolando l'operatività dei presidi antiriciclaggio, nonché per trasferire ricchezza sottratta a imposizione o proventi di frode verso giurisdizioni non collaborative ai fini fiscali. Non sto qui a soffermarmi sul concetto di beneficia l'onere perché ha una valenza trasversale sia in ambito fiscale, antiriciclaggio, ma anche in tema di sicurezza internazionale e di investimenti diretti esteri nel nostro Paese, per citare una fra tutte le normative Golden Power. Siffatto scenario richiede l'adozione di un approccio trasversale e integrato che fonda le sue basi sia nel crescente impegno profuso dai Paesi nel potenziare lo scambio di informazioni in termini qualitativi, quantitativi, ma anche di tempestività. Il timing spesso è più importante della qualità delle informazioni che vengono scambiate, sia nel concepimento di forme di collaborazione rafforzata e nella promozione di iniziative di capacity building al fine di condividere le migliori prassi operative e coordinare le azioni di contrasto alle diverse forme di illegalità economico-finanziaria. In tale ambito è chiamata quotidianamente a operare sia sul piano preventivo, quindi con attività di ricerca informativa, di collaborazione internazionale, ma anche sul piano repressivo, la Guardia di Finanza, che è una forza di polizia con competenza generale in materia economico-finanziaria, cui sono affidate, nel quadro di una più vasta strategia di lotta alla criminalità, attribuzioni e poteri sia di carattere amministrativo, tributario, doganale e valutario, che unitamente potestà di polizia giudiziaria. Questo è una miscela vincente perché consente di aggredire con incisività, rapidità e concretezza le più complesse manifestazioni del crimine tributario e finanziario. Alle potestà del corpo, naturalmente, sono legate in maniera indissolubile l'esperienza investigativa che è stata maturata in più di 250 anni di storia dalla fondazione del corpo, nonché le consolidate professionalità nell'analisi documentale e dei flussi finanziari che sono indispensabili per la ricostruzione dei patrimoni illecitamente accumulati e per la successiva loro aggressione. Per reprimere con efficacia quindi le infiltrazioni di regie criminali, sempre più a vocazione transnazionale, non si può prescindere dalla sistematica e multidisciplinare valorizzazione, mediante procedure di cross-match, con dati acquisiti da investigazioni sia di polizia economico-finanziaria, ma anche da informazioni frutto dell'interagire cooperativo tra i vari Stati. Questa mattina sia il signor Ministro dell'Economia e delle Finanze che il signor Comandante Generale hanno ribadito l'importanza della collaborazione internazionale, perché ormai anche in un contesto domestico, per poter pensare di poter essere efficaci nella repressione della criminalità, non si può prescindere da una conoscenza dell'ambito internazionale. Ad esempio, i dati relativi ai conti finanziari detenuti all'estero e trasmessi all'amministrazione fiscale in attuazione del Common Reporting Standard possono essere posti in relazione sia con quelli di natura economica comunicati dalle piattaforme digitali in attuazione della DAC 7 in ambito europeo per le transazioni e-commerce, sia con le risultanze delle banche dati economiche e finanziarie al fine di far emergere l'esistenza di disponibilità estere non dichiarate. La stretta interconnessione che vi è fra evasione fiscale e riciclaggio impone poi un approccio multisettoriale sia in un'ottica di collaborazione internazionale, come nel caso della possibilità per le autorità fiscali di accedere alle informazioni derivanti dall'adeguata verifica della clientela, concetto che è fondamentale nella normativa antiriciclaggio e che ha anch'esso, al pari del concetto di beneficial owner, una utilità trasversale, che interistituzionale, ove il patrimonio informativo a disposizione può essere incrociato con le analisi di rischio in materia di circolazione transfrontaliera di denaro contante svolte da altre amministrazioni. Al fine di rendere sempre più efficace quindi l'azione di contrasto alle varie fenomenologie illecite, la Guardia di Finanza e con essa il secondo reparto del Comando Generale attua un costante interscambio informativo nell'ambito di un dispositivo nazionale coordinato dal Dipartimento delle Finanze con le amministrazioni doganali e fiscali degli altri Paesi e intrattiene proficui rapporti di collaborazione con le Law Enforcement Agency e gli organi collaterali esteri, anche grazie al network degli esperti economico-finanziari che sono presenti in 25 Paesi esteri. A tale attività si affianca la partecipazione della Guardia di Finanza al network di collaborazione patrocinati dall'Unione Europea, dall'OCSE, nella sua qualità di organizzazione internazionale di riferimento nella lotta al crimine tributario e finanziario, nonché da altri organismi internazionali nel cui ambito vengono scambiate informazioni, condivise metodologie operative e tecniche di analisi in tema di contrasto delle frodi e dei reati finanziari a esse connessi. Mi riferisco ad esempio, per quanto riguarda la lotta delle frodi intracomunitarie, al ruolo che la Guardia di Finanza svolge in quanto parte con propri rappresentanti della rete di cooperazione europea Eurofisca, che si avvale di innovativi strumenti per la raccolta automatizzata dei dati e di analisi di rischio, quali il Transnation Network Analysis, allo scopo di intercettare precocemente gli operatori economici coinvolti in catene di frode all'IVA. E in questo ambito mi ricollego al concetto di tempestività nello scambio di informazioni cui facevo riferimento prima. Inoltre, l'interoperabilità fra il Transnation Network Analysis e gli altri strumenti informativi concepiti per la lotta delle frodi nei settori del commercio elettronico, quali l'acronimo CESOP, che aggrega e analizza le informazioni relative ai pagamenti business to consumer, consentirà di ricollegare dati di natura economica e finanziaria mettendoli a sistema con quelli dichiarati ai fini IVA in altri Stati membri. In tale contesto, la Guardia di Finanza ha rafforzato il proprio posizionamento strategico nel network con la nomina di un proprio ufficiale nel ruolo di Single Point of Contact Law Enforcement Agency, quale punto di contatto attraverso cui tutti gli Stati partecipanti scambieranno informazioni con Europol e Olaf e nel prossimo futuro anche col procuratore europeo. In particolare, con riguardo alla tutela degli interessi finanziari dell'Unione Europea, la Guardia di Finanza si pone come interlocutore privilegiato del procuratore europeo, supportandolo nelle indagini che vengono esperite nell'ambito dei diversi comparti istituzionali affidati alla Guardia di Finanza stessa, sulla base dell'analogo impegno che ha permesso di instaurare nel tempo sinergie consolidate a livello nazionale con le procure della Repubblica Italiana. Nell'ambito della lotta alla criminalità finanziaria, sul piano globale, la Guardia di Finanza è inserita a pieno titolo nella Task Force on Tax Crime and Other Crimes dell'OCSE, sia partecipando a iniziative volte a orientare i Paesi nel definire efficaci strategie preventive e di contrasto, sia prendendo parte ad attività di capacity building a beneficio di funzionari delle agenzie fiscali e di law enforcement delle giurisdizioni aderenti. Ad esempio, la Guardia di Finanza ha fornito il proprio contributo nella predisposizione della recente linee guida Designing a National Strategy Against Tax Crime, condividendo l'esperienza maturata nell'ambito del progetto Educazione alla legalità economica, che viene realizzato in Italia in collaborazione col Ministero dell'Istruzione, quale possibile modello di riferimento per attuare strategie comunicative finalizzate a promuovere la consapevolezza del ruolo svolto da ciascun cittadino nella tutela dei valori di legalità economico-finanziaria. Questo naturalmente è il famoso concetto che se c'è un'evasione fiscale saranno gli altri cittadini a pagare per conto di chi non ha pagato, chi è riuscito a evadere quell'imposta. Ancora il Corpo supporta le iniziative formative svolte anche presso i centri regionali della Tax Academy, attraverso il coinvolgimento di propri rappresentanti in qualità di istruttori esperti. A tal riguardo, nello scorso mese di maggio, un ufficiale della Guardia di Finanza ha preso parte al Major Case Management Specialty Program presso l'Asia Pacific Academy for Tax and Financial Crime Investigation dell'OCSE, al fine di condividere l'espertise maturata dalla Guardia di Finanza nella gestione di casi investigativi complessi. Nell'ottica, e mi accingo alla conclusione, di potenziare ulteriormente il supporto alle attività della Tax Academy, la Guardia di Finanza si è resa disponibile altresì a mettere a disposizione le proprie competenze in tema di investigazioni finanziarie nell'ambito dello Specialty Program International Cooperation in Financial Investigations, che si terrà presso la sede dell'Academy nel prossimo mese di dicembre. Un approccio quindi globale ed effettivo alla cooperazione tra i Paesi passa necessariamente per lo sviluppo di osmosi operative sempre più performanti e di iniziative di capacity building che consentano di intercettare, anche in chiave preventiva, le diverse manifestazioni della criminalità tributaria finanziaria per realizzare risposte congiunte. Il panel che si terrà a breve sul tema costituirà quindi un'importante occasione per apportare un prezioso contributo di pensiero anche in termini di miglioramento delle misure di contrasto e del rafforzamento della cooperazione internazionale. Vi ringrazio per la cortese attenzione e auguro buon lavoro per il proseguo del meeting. Grazie.
The General Director of Finance, Italian Ministry of Finance, Mr. Giovanni Spalletta, will now take the floor.
Gentile Vice Segretario Generale, Signor Generale, distinti partecipanti, desidero innanzitutto ringraziare la Guardia di Finanza e l'OCSE per l'organizzazione di questo evento e congratularmi per il lavoro di questi 10 anni dell'Academy e per i risultati conseguiti nel supportare la cooperazione intergovernativa per contrastare gli illeciti fiscali e finanziari. Vorrei offrire un punto di vista sugli elementi chiave di un'efficace cooperazione intergovernativa e sulle opportunità per un ulteriore rafforzamento. La crescente mobilità delle persone, in particolare quelle ad alto reddito, e dei capitali, l'aumento delle transazioni transfrontaliere e l'evoluzione degli strumenti finanziari e digitali rendono sempre più importante una collaborazione efficace tra le autorità nazionali attraverso un approccio integrato che consideri le interconnessioni tra fenomeni illeciti perpetrati al di fuori dei confini nazionali e consenta di affrontare le sfide globali in modo strategico. Negli ultimi anni, a livello internazionale, sono stati fatti enormi passi avanti per dotare le autorità nazionali preposte a contrastare gli illeciti fiscali e finanziari di strumenti giuridici di collaborazione, come gli accordi per lo scambio di informazioni e per l'assistenza reciproca, spesso attraverso la definizione di normative di riferimento e di meccanismi applicativi standardizzati. Tale quadro di collaborazione ha anzitutto avuto un importante ruolo preventivo e di deterrenza. Ad esempio, la lotta contro i cosiddetti paradisi fiscali ha beneficiato dell'esistenza di standard internazionali comuni che hanno generato un ambiente meno favorevole per chi cerca di sottrarsi agli obblighi fiscali. Sotto il profilo informativo, poi, la disponibilità di informazioni, in particolare attraverso lo scambio automatico, e la possibilità di ricevere assistenza su casi specifici hanno aumentato la capacità di contrasto delle attività illecite. Guardando all'evasione fiscale internazionale, lo scambio automatico di informazioni finanziarie basato sul Common Reporting Standard ha consentito di recuperare circa 126 miliardi di euro in termini di maggiore compliance, attraverso programmi di voluntary disclosure e altre iniziative analoghe. Lo scambio di informazioni su richiesta ha contribuito a recuperare circa 12,8 miliardi di euro dal 2009, inclusi 4,4 miliardi dai paesi in via di sviluppo. Solo nel 2022 l'assistenza amministrativa ha aiutato a identificare più di 900 milioni di euro. In Italia, grazie al solo scambio di informazioni su richiesta, negli ultimi anni sono state registrate maggiori entrate pari a quasi 20 milioni di euro all'anno. Un elemento rilevante dell'approccio integrato per il contrasto agli illeciti fiscali e finanziari è la sinergia tra gli standard internazionali utilizzati per le diverse finalità. Ad esempio, standard comuni sono utilizzati a fini fiscali e antiriciclaggio per l'identificazione del beneficiario effettivo, elemento cruciale per garantire la trasparenza sia sugli assetti societari che sulle transazioni finanziarie. L'armonizzazione degli standard e quindi delle normative nazionali che le recepiscono ha facilitato una risposta più efficace e coordinata tra i Paesi, essendo basata su un patrimonio informativo comune. Inoltre, ciò ha aperto la strada per l'accesso alle informazioni detenute da autorità diverse, come ad esempio in ambito europeo con la cosiddetta direttiva DAC 5, che ha consentito l'accesso delle autorità fiscali ad alcune informazioni in materia di antiriciclaggio. Un altro aspetto fondamentale per un sistema di cooperazione efficace è il coinvolgimento di un numero ampio di Paesi. In ambito fiscale, i fora a vocazione globale creati sotto l'egida dell'OCSE e in particolare il Global Forum sulla trasparenza e lo scambio di informazioni ai fini fiscali e l'Inclusive Framework on BEPS hanno contribuito alla creazione di standard comuni, al monitoraggio della loro effettiva applicazione e al supporto delle giurisdizioni nella loro implementazione. Il coinvolgimento dei Paesi in via di sviluppo è di particolare importanza, sia perché gli illeciti fiscali e finanziari possano avere in tali Paesi un impatto ancora più significativo, sia perché l'implementazione di strumenti di cooperazione può rivelarsi più difficoltosa laddove vi siano minori competenze specialistiche. In questo senso l'Academy rappresenta un modello straordinario. La formazione specialistica a funzionari provenienti da Paesi in via di sviluppo ha migliorato le loro capacità investigative sugli illeciti fiscali e finanziari, facilitando il trasferimento di conoscenze e competenze e promuovendo una rete di cooperazione tra i partecipanti che potenzia le singole amministrazioni e contribuisce anche a creare un ambiente globale più efficace nel contrastare illeciti transfrontalieri. Naturalmente, il mantenimento di una cooperazione efficace presenta delle sfide. Anzitutto occorre tener conto dell'evoluzione dell'economia e delle nuove opportunità offerte per perpetrare illeciti fiscali e finanziari. La rapida crescita del commercio elettronico, criptovalute e piattaforme online rende necessario adeguare standard regolamentari e tecniche investigative. Ad esempio, i crypto asset hanno creato nuove modalità di investimento e pagamento che sfuggono al controllo dei tradizionali intermediari finanziari. In ambito fiscale, l'OCSE ha sviluppato il Crypto Asset Reporting Framework che mira ad adattare il quadro esistente della trasparenza finanziaria a questa nuova realtà digitale. Inoltre è fondamentale rafforzare la capacità di un uso effettivo delle informazioni a disposizione. Le tecnologie avanzate, come la gestione dei big data e l'intelligenza artificiale, consentono di analizzare i flussi di informazione in modo più efficiente e possono migliorare la capacità delle autorità di individuare attività sospette e ridurre il rischio di evasione fiscale. Infine, occorre colmare le lacune esistenti. In ambito G20 sono state individuate talune aree di miglioramento con riferimento al beneficiario effettivo e all'accesso alle informazioni sulle proprietà immobiliari. Diverse giurisdizioni hanno implementato o intendono implementare registri della titolarità effettiva per quanto riguarda le entità giuridiche. La sfida per il futuro sarà la creazione di registri interconnessi tra autorità che perseguono finalità differenti con il rafforzamento di un sistema di cooperazione integrata. In Italia la sinergia tra la Guardia di Finanza e le altre agenzie governative è esemplificativa di un approccio integrato a livello nazionale questa volta. Il ruolo della Guardia di Finanza, con la sua competenza in materia economico-finanziaria, è fondamentale per assicurare l'utilizzo delle informazioni scambiate per scopi diversi. Tali sfide richiedono competenze e professionalità diverse e un approccio multidimensionale consentirà senz'altro di meglio rafforzare l'efficacia del sistema di cooperazione amministrativa. Vi ringrazio per l'attenzione e vi auguro un buon proseguimento dei lavori.
The Head of Second Department, Intelligence and International Relations, Guardia di Finanza General Headquarters, Brigadier General Vito Giordano, and the General Director of Finance, Italian Ministry of Finance, Mr. Giovanni Spalletta, leave the stage. We are pleased to welcome to the stage the OECD Head of Tax Administration and VAT Division, Ms. Claudia Vargas, who will moderate the second session panel of experts.
Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here today celebrating this important event and to be part of this celebration and to chair this important panel on a very keen subject that's effective global cooperation in fight against tax crime. And before I introduce my esteemed panelists, I want to think about, and for all of us to think about what we have been hearing today. Several times we have heard already that tax crime and related financial crimes often involve complex cross-border situations and transactions, and how this definitely impacts the way that tax administrations and other law enforcement agencies have to work, and the importance of building better networks and to be more efficient and effective in collaboration. The OECD has long recognized these and has worked during the last decade with key partners around the globe to build better networks and stronger communities between developed and developing countries. The OECD Task Force on Tax Crime and Other Financial Crimes has been at the forefront of standard setting and capacity building. Its role was further enhanced in 2022 with the publication of the OECD recommendation of the 10 Global Principles of Fighting Tax Crime, which is the first global standard specifically setting out the legal, operational, and institutional frameworks that jurisdictions should have in place in order to effectively fight tax crime. This standard, and in particular its focus on both domestic and international cooperation between tax and other law enforcement authorities, it is what lays the foundation for all the TFTC's policy work and for the training that takes place at the Academy, and the target bilateral capacity offered through the joint OECD-UNDP Tax Inspectors Without Borders program. At its core, the work carried out through the TFTC, the Academy, and the TIWB program is focused on fostering global cooperation in the fight against illicit financial flows. Today, we have a great opportunity to reflect on the ever-increasing need to expand this cooperation to not only protect revenue streams that are critical for public services everywhere, but also critical to supporting the sustainable growth of the developing jurisdictions. So before we start with the questions, I want to introduce my esteemed panelists. First, on my left, Colonel Fabio Antonacchio, Head of the International Cooperation Office in Guardia di Finanza, General Headquarters, 2nd Division. On my right, Mr. Victor De Vizio, HMRC's Fiscal Liaison Officer, Mr. Tulani Shangwe, Senior Manager at the African Tax Administration Forum, and Mr. Jürgen Leske, Academy Course Leader, who feels at home at this Academy. So let me go first precisely to Jürgen. When one looks at the Sustainable Development Goals, there is clearly a need for capacity building assistance and support in many areas. But definitely one that is critical is the assistance in the fight against tax crime and other crimes. In this first round, I would like to explore how, in a world of limited resources, we can ensure that the support that is given to the academies and related capacity building on tax crime is delivering value for money. And Jürgen, who played a major role in launching the Academy during his time in the OECD, as well as guiding the program through its first 5 years, including its expansion to Latin America, Africa, and the Asia Pacific, is still working with the Academy, very much involved. So upon its retirement from OECD in 2019, his passion for this project was such that he transitioned to the role of one of the Academy course leaders, where he continues to develop and deliver programs today, inspiring a new generation of both participants and instructors. So you are very well placed to share how do you and the team of course leaders and instructors ensure that each program is really effectively delivering results for participants and their administrations.
Thank you, Claudia. Yeah, I've seen a lot of changes. I mean, I was here, for me, this journey began in 2013 with the first pilot program, which was 4 weeks long. And of course, we transitioned to the formal academy in 2014. And I knew we had a very important initiative here, which could provide a global shift, I thought, in our approach to capacity building for financial investigators and analysts, judicial authorities, and so forth. And it seemed like a bit of a daunting task at that time, the idea of expanding programs, finding subject matter experts, and expanding to regional academies. But here we are 10 years later, and I think we've done a pretty good job of it. Certainly the program has changed a great deal from 2013, as I always tell our participants. I mean, at that time, we were doing everything paper-based. We were delivering 40 to 50 boxes of records here to Ostia. So it was all paper-based. Now, of course, it's all electronic. We have a secure website, which is set up by the Secretariat for every class, and that class has access to that website on a permanent basis. They can also communicate with each other, so it's also another way for them to network. So some really important changes that we've made to the program. But also, when we started this program, it was very much theory-based. Made up cases, scenarios, and so forth, and really my mission was to turn this around totally, to bring in instructors, individuals that have operational experience, who can talk about their own cases, who can discuss what went well, what didn't go well, and they can answer the questions of the participants of why did you do things this way, that way, or whatever. So I think that was a major shift in the Academy. Also country presentations, or we have presentations by the participants. So as I tell the participants, it's a really unique opportunity in bringing together a class. We have often 25 to 30 countries represented, agencies, FIU, anti-corruption, judges, prosecutors. So it's such a unique opportunity to come together, to network, to share information. And I always tell participants they have as much to learn from each other as they do from the instructors. And certainly the instructors learn from the participants. And I think that's a really important message for countries that are considering contributions to the Academy in terms of subject matter experts, that there's great value in those experts participating in the Academy because they bring back to their home country great knowledge. In fact, we just had a situation, we were in Asia Pacific, we did a program in May, and Canada found out about some of the work that Singapore was doing with large language models into AI. And so we brought the parties together because Canada was very interested in pursuing what some of the work is that was being done in Canada. The other thing we brought in is we really wanted to make the program hands-on, breakout groups, so that we split the class into 4 groups, and we give them real live situations that they need to work through, they need to come up with solutions, and we can discuss those solutions in class because, as we know, there never is a single solution, but it's interesting to see how different countries will approach a problem in different ways. And again, it's an opportunity for participants to learn from each other, to learn what other countries are doing. And I think for many of the participants, it's quite an eye-opener also that the challenges they face, especially for countries that maybe have a very small investigative unit, that they're not alone in the world, that the challenges they face, other countries are facing also, and they need to reach out to those other countries and share. But I know I'm running over, and I have much more to say, but...
Thank you, Jürgen, and definitely these are very good examples of how effective global cooperation should work, and they're amazing outcomes that you get from that. Now turning to Victor. HMRC has been a proud supporter of the Academy since its inception, both as a financial donor and through its continued provision of expert instructors. Plus, most recently, the HRMC has been providing bilateral assistance through the joint OECD-UNDP Tax Inspectors Without Borders program. So we would like to hear if you can share some of the information around your bilateral program with Pakistan and the value of that program for both parties, meaning HMRC and the Pakistan Federal Bureau of Revenue.
Thank you, Claudia. OECD's Tax Inspectors Without Borders initiative is a great example of what can be achieved through dedication and international cooperation. And I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the officials of the Federal Bureau of Revenue, Pakistan, particularly the Director General and officers of the Intelligence and Investigations Wing. The path to achieving an efficient tax system is fraught with challenges and demands constant vigilance and adaptation. Recognizing these challenges, our collaboration has focused on two key areas: criminal case management and capacity building in light of the OECD's 10 global principles to fight tax crime. The UK has a long history of working with the FBR via its Capability Building Unit, the CBU. The CBU delivers targeted support of ODA eligible countries. Delivery is via a programme, this being work composed of multiple strands and trade work, which is focused on a single strand and working on actual cases with auditors. In Pakistan, we identified the opportunities to combine the programme and the TIWB approach that the CBU delivers. Taking the TIWB model of supporting auditors on real cases, HMRC have reacted to the needs of the FBR and extended aspects of the engagement into linked areas. Our journey officially began in 2022, but was preceded by nearly 2 years of intensive preparation, and a criminal investigator from the Fraud Investigation Service was assigned to the project back in 2020. Since then, this project has been one of mutual learning, respect, and significant achievements. Along the journey, we have worked closely with our partners in the intelligence and investigation, the I&I Directorate General of the FBR. We have engaged with stakeholders in and outside the FBR, taken a whole-of-government approach. Our 7th and final visit was held in July 2024, where we looked to the conclusion of the 2-year programme. Work on a number of capacity building building activities are underway. The case management software, which will feature an electronic evidence library, is under development. This will completely digitalise the running of a criminal case, providing management real-time information about case status and activities. A catalogue of policies, best practices, standard operating procedures, and other information pertinent to a criminal investigation is being compiled to form an investigation handbook. Material has been compiled to form basic training packages for new investigators to equip them with the necessary knowledge and training. So, electronic case planning, recording and reporting mechanisms are being developed and introduced, which will prove instrumental in reducing delays. The introduction of a standardised search procedures for premises searches and evidence collection to maintain a chain of evidence. We have obtained agreement in principle to allow for a minimum fixed tenure of criminal investigators in a post to ensure continuity in cases. This aims to address officer transfer postings, which can materially impact and delay cases due to frequent changing of investigators and case officers, and the introduction of a referral mechanism for cases to be sent to the I&I from field officers where money laundering is suspected. Our casework includes impact on 6 criminal cases, income and sales tax regimes. However, 2 cases were closed due to lack of evidence. It is vital to ensure that an investigation is focused and the case being pursued can be proven. Selection of cases, therefore, is of utmost importance to maximise resource utilisation. 3 cases, totaling $2.9 million are with the prosecutor's office following completion of the investigations, while 1 case of $2.35 million in tax with a similar amount in penalties is still under investigation. Taxes and penalties from these 4 cases are expected to yield in excess of $10 million. HMRC are honoured to have taken part in this flagship programme, and we look forward to seeing the outcomes and learnings from the other initiatives in due course.
Thank you, Victor, and definitely these outcomes that you mentioned, and thank you for sharing this because it's really inspiring for all of us. And now going to Tulani, your role at ATAF gives you a broad oversight of the capacity building needs across Africa. So we would like you to share what do you see as the value capacity building for tax crime law enforcement authorities?
Thank you very much, and a warm good afternoon, colleagues. I'd like to firstly start by congratulating the Academy on its success of 10 years, and also thanking the OECD and the Guardia di Finanza for this generous invitation. Before I start in unpacking some of the areas of capacity building needs, I think it's worth revisiting the earlier statement made by the Secretary General of the OECD, noting the challenges of sustainable development goals, the need for mobilized revenue, and of course, the growing scramble for resources. It's quite important that as a continent of Africa, we focus on how to limit illicit financial flows. That number highlighted by the SG of the 3% of GDP on average of African countries is illustrative of the gap that is widening in terms of mobilizing resources and collecting it. And so when you look at this particular topic we're talking about tax crime and investigation thereof, we cannot afford a situation where we are losing revenues on top of the already leakages that we find in revenue mobilization in Africa. So this is very, very important that we focus and give this area of work the same attention that we give to other areas of capacity building in revenue administration. That being said, I think there's two areas that we need to cover in terms of capacity building. There's the capacity building that the Academy does, that the KRA has been doing excellently so through the Kenya School of Monetary Affairs, where individuals are trained, and the Commissioner shared with us quite excellently how that has transformed individual auditors who've gone back to their countries to make progress. But we also have to look at policy interventions and introduction of relevant rules and regulations that support the audit work. One area that is very glaring, and I've heard several colleagues talking about it, is automatic exchange of information. With only 5 African countries that have signed up and implementing automatic exchange of information, out of a total of 55, you start to see the gap. Last year, through the work we've done with the Global Forum, we noted that of the 80% of exchange of information requests sent in Africa, only 80% were from 4 African countries. And again, Kenya made up the bulk of those requests. So the first part is we need to look at the policy interventions that will allow the training that the academies give so that the officers can then implement that. In our experience, when we look at cross-border transactions such as transfer pricing, many auditors are very eager to do the work, but struggle when they have to take the case because they find that the rules don't match the effort that they've put in. So that is a very important area. Additionally, I think when we look at the areas that are open and susceptible for these types of crimes, VAT fraud remains the highest on the continent. And that's particularly because VAT is the easiest tax to collect and the highest percentage that is made up of the core taxes on the African landscape. So there's a lot of energy and work that we need to put into VAT, despite the successes that we've had. And I'll just share one with you. Last year, the South African Revenue Service successfully prosecuted 5 individuals who had falsified VAT claims, and the range of sentence was between 5 and 25 years. And these individuals are serving jail time. That being said, there's also a need to bring the capacity of putting teams together that can build the case. I think Victor just mentioned now that case selection is very important. And without a strong basis for case selection, what we see in Africa is a lot of the prosecutors don't want to take up the case to its finality because they fear losing. And a lot of cases that we're starting to see, particularly around money laundering, are through what we call government procurement. And so there's also an element of individuals in high power places, and so prosecutors tend to think, I need a case that is complete and that is well rounded up. Let me stop there for now, but looking forward to the next round of questions. Thank you.
Now I'm turning to Colonel Antonacchio. who was head of the international cooperation at the Guardia de Finanza, is perfect for the next question, which is if you can elaborate on the most significant challenges that law enforcement officers are facing with respect to cross-border tax evasion, and how the Guardia de Finanza and the Academy serves to address these challenges.
Before starting, please, Claudia, allow me to say how I'm really, really glad to be participating in this panel. The Guardia di Finanza experience on field showed how the disruptive impact of digital economy and the strong interconnection of financial systems requires a cross-sectoral enforcement approach to combat tax evasion nowadays. In this scenario, cross-border cooperation is crucial in combating economic and financial crime because it allows to create operational synergies and opportunities for discussion that stimulate a mutual professional growth through the exchange of experiences and best practices. In these 10 years, we have greatly benefited from the direct participation in the capacity building initiatives of the OECD Academy, in which we participated with both teaching staff and trainers. In practice, it concretely helped to consolidate the network of cross-border operation that had an effective impact on the development of transnational investigations. I could cite many, many examples that support my position. I will mention just a couple. The first one was developed in the framework of a recent experience of international cooperation that was focused on a huge VAT carousel fraud and the resulting activity of laundering the related illicit proceeds. In particular, an operative unit which ran a judicial police investigation against a series of individuals and companies suspected of having planned a sophisticated tax fraud scheme where corporations of another European country were involved with the role of missing trader. In order to collect the needed investigative data and finally uncover the complex supply chain, we promoted a quick coordination with the colleagues from the Foreign Tax Administration. This cooperation initiative turned out to be of fundamental importance to initiate parallel tax assessment in the other European country. The exchange of information helped to identify the individuals and the corporations involved in the fraud, establishment the operational status of missing trader of some of them, and quantify the economic impact of illegal activities in terms of revenue loss for Italy and for the other country affected by tax evasion. The other country became aware, actually, of the ongoing fraud thanks to the request for cooperation coming from the Guardia di Finanza, and that demonstrates, I think, that cooperation can positively impact not only on the country that requests it, but also on the requested one. At the end of the operation, the investigative activity allowed for the reconstruction of the illicit financial flows generated by the fraud, and more or less 10 individuals deemed responsible for the investigated crimes were arrested, and of course the assets were seized for more or less 6 million euros value. Why the capacity building activity of the OECD Academy was crucial in this case? Well, our inspectors had the chance to use on-field also practices and financial flow analysis techniques presented during the OECD course Conducting Financial Investigation virtual program, which was attended by a representative of the Guardia di Finanza. It demonstrates the irreplaceable role of the OECD Academy for Tax and Financial Crime Investigation in strengthening the economic and financial crime investigation skills of the various countries. Another example of operational synergy and integration was experienced together with other tax administrations within a complex simultaneous control concluded against one of the major multinational groups operating in the insurance sector. At the beginning of the inspection, the cooperation with the tax authorities of the countries where the multinational group operates was deemed necessary to verify compliance with transfer pricing regulations. We benefited from the cooperation activities both in terms of sharing operational methodologies and receiving relevant information and data that were useful during the inspection activities. How we have benefited from the courses held at the Academy here? Well, thanks to the courses on beneficial ownership organized by the Academy, we had also the opportunity to explore the tax implication of treaty shopping schemes that allowed the multinational group to optimize the tax treatment of outbound passive income, in this case royalties, formally paid to a European associate company with the application of the tax exemption provided by the European Directive on Interest and Royalties, but those royalties were immediately transferred to the real beneficial owner, that was an entity located outside the European Union. Thus, the tax exemption was not applicable in this case. So for this reason, we assessed the omitted payment of the withholding tax in our country. I'm going to conclude. These examples demonstrate the valuable work carried out by academies to spread worldwide a new investigative culture. This action directly impacts on tax and financial crimes, and that let us keep up with the evolution of such illicit phenomenon. For this reason, as mentioned above, we're proud to follow participating in the training initiative of the OECD Academy and the regional centers, not only through the active participation of our representative as expert instructors, but also by sending our staff where we have the opportunity to attend the courses. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel, for sharing with us these inspiring positive outcomes. And now, turning a bit on what has happened since the Academy was established, and particularly after COVID regarding the communication area, which has impacted all of us, and of course tax and law enforcement authorities are also impacted in the way that they communicate and work across borders. And in the tax crime capacity building space, this is more evident when the use of new technology is important for communicating and delivering technical assistance remotely, and the opportunities for the establishment of cross-border law enforcement networks. So, turning to Jürgen, we'd like to know, beyond the practical training, we know that there's also a very, maybe most valuable thing and outcome of the Academy, which is the personal and professional relationship that is created among participants and instructors, and that goes beyond the classrooms. Could you just speak about the ways in which the Academy fosters cross-border networks and the tangible benefits of this?
Thank you very much, Claudia. Indeed, the networking is absolutely essential because for criminal investigators, you have to have an element of trust when you reach out to other investigators to obtain intelligence, and without that trust, you just can't move forward. So one of the first things that we generally do with any class is we develop a WhatsApp group. So immediately from day one, the individuals can communicate with each other. And I'm still part of WhatsApp groups going right back to 2014. And every so often, something will come up that, can you please contact me? I would like to discuss a certain area. Nothing confidential in the WhatsApp, but certainly just a request that I would like to speak to you or speak to someone else, and would like to get some information. So the WhatsApp groups have been very important. Also, again, the establishment of the website that we have through INWINC, through the OECD Secretariat, again, extremely helpful for keeping individuals connected. And I mean, we see this all the time. In fact, again, after one of our recent Asia Pacific programs, I was contacted by an individual from Fiji to say we've got car imports into Fiji, very low value from the UK and from Canada, and can you put me in touch with officials in Canada and in the UK? And we did. And those individuals are working together now with both UK and with Canada. So these type of networks are extremely important. We always tell the participants, I mean, you have a network of perhaps 30, 35 individuals within your own class, but really beyond that, you've got instructors who have access to more than 3,300 participants worldwide, almost 170 countries. And if I don't have personal knowledge of the person that needs to be spoken to, certainly I can reach out to other instructors and we can put those parties together, whether that's in Nepal or South Africa, doesn't matter, we have the contacts. So I always make that very clear for them, and it's been very, very effective indeed. And another wonderful example is an individual that I met in China from Cambodia, and he reached out to us. He was attending a program in China, actually global relations, and we helped them establish a criminal investigation program for Cambodia. He reached out to us. We started providing policy manuals from the UK, from Canada, after they were approved officially by the country, of course. But we helped them establish criminal investigation program, and in fact the individual was on a program with us just recently in May in Japan, and he just sent me photographs of the class that he led when he went back to Cambodia, teaching and sharing the materials that we presented during our program. And indeed, the networks are absolutely essential. I think it was mentioned earlier today about the major case management, the book that had been written by a prosecutor who attended the pilot program in Italy. And he was so taken with the approach on major case management that he decided to write a book. And that book has been published, and it's being received at the highest levels now in Brazil, and is being rolled out to agencies that conduct major crime investigations, and it will be used in Brazil in their approach to fighting large financial crimes. And in fact, it's just going into a second edition now and is being translated into Spanish to be rolled out for the rest of Latin America. So these programs can have far-reaching benefits to countries, to individuals, as I said, to our instructors. But again, it's all based on these networks that we establish, and I think we've done a very good job of it, and I'm very happy with how that's progressing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jürgen, and that is definitely what we can call global cooperation in action. So now we go to Victor. We know that the United Kingdom is a world leader when it comes to its innovative approach to cross-border collaboration to fight tax crimes, and in particular through its involvement alongside with Australia, Canada, the United States, and the Netherlands in the Joint Chiefs of Global Tax Enforcement, or J5 network. So it would be very interesting if you could share some background on this network, how it operates, and the positive results it has achieved so far.
Yeah, I'd just like to give you some background on the formation and the objectives of the J5, together with some highlights of its practical achievements, results over the year. Fraudsters are able to thrive by exploiting the breakdown in information sharing across the tax and financial systems. They seek to spread their money and assets between jurisdictions and between financial institutions in order to keep any one entity from seeing the whole picture, to keep us all in the dark. The majority of criminal investigations now include some international element, whether that is the people conducting the fraud from another jurisdiction, the goods or transactions moving from one country to another in order to hide the illicit activity or the money. So in today's complex and ever-changing world, no one person or organisation can have all the answers or fix all the problems. The fraudsters we are facing are utilising advanced technologies and are global. This is why it's important, more important than ever, for leaders across the tax and economic ecosystems to work together and to share a vision and achieve common goals. International cooperation is vital if we are to effectively tackle tax crime. The challenges we face with legislation frameworks and competing priorities can make coordination more complex and difficult, but it's also why we have to work even harder to make it happen. Beyond bilateral efforts, we also have more formal arrangements, such as the Joint Chiefs of Global Tax Enforcement, J5 as it's known, was launched back in 2018 following a call to action from the OECD for international partners to do more to tackle the enablers of tax crime. The J5 chiefs who organised the J5 spearheaded the organisation to specifically focus on shared areas of concern and cross-national tax crime threats. These threats include cybercrime and cryptocurrency, as well as enablers of global tax evasion. The J5 comprises of the Australian Tax Office, the Canadian Revenue Agency, the Dutch Fiscal Intelligence and Investigation Service, HMRC, and the Internal Revenue Service Criminal Investigation. The J5 finds itself continuously adapting to the latest criminal methods and changing behaviours to prioritise the collective operational activity to tackle this dynamic threat picture. There are the J5 Professional Enablers Group. This group works with domestic and international partners identifying criminal methodologies, typologies and emerging threats to map pathways, structures and jurisdictions through which illicit funds flow. The group utilises various existing legal frameworks that permit lawful sharing of information to carry out impactful operations and supporting the execution of search warrants and interviews and facilitating the processes of assisting our partners in tracking down fugitives while ensuring robust due diligence and risk management practices are in place. Some of the highlights are the Global Day of Action in 2020, which targeted professional enablers. As part of an investigation into a suspect tax evasion and money laundering, the Puerto Rican Office of the Commissioner for Financial Institutions suspended operations of the Euro-Pacific Bank in June 2022 for breaching its capital requirements. It has since been liquidated. Hundreds of EPB account holders have been contacted and investigated. This has led to a number of criminal investigations in the UK which are ongoing. The Enablers Group has also played a pivotal role in uncovering a suspected boiler room scheme targeting individuals around the globe. As a result, 10 people were indicted and charged with conspiracy to commit wire fraud, conspiracy to commit money laundering, and aggravated identity theft. A further 5 defendants have since been charged, suspected of opening bank accounts in the US to funnel funds from victims. The J5 also has a cyber and a cryptocurrency group. This group's engaged through an annual challenge aimed at developing operational collaboration through bringing together leading data scientists, technology experts and investigators from all J5 member countries to identify, develop and test tools, platforms, techniques and methods. The group's capabilities are in high demand and as such the team also provide training and outreach to agencies outside of the J5 nations. The Cyber Group Partnership Initiative aims to cultivate a larger community with respect to data sharing, gathering, analysis and data-driven decision-making. And highlights of this have been developing a network within cryptocurrency exchanges to engage in real-time efforts to investigate cyber and cryptocurrency activities, delivery of sanctioned red flags in 2022 and non-fungible tokens to warn the public of risk, delivery of a red flag indicator program in 2023 through FIUs regarding crypto asset risks, also to provide crypto training provided to the Ukrainian law enforcement in 2023. Investigators also trace cryptocurrency and fiat funds across borders and blockchains to successfully combat tax evasion and global financial crimes. High impact results include 123 million plus monetary impact across 4 operations led by the ATO, 333 million plus in asset forfeiture and monetary seizures led by the IRS, and 25 million in cryptocurrencies seized by FIOD. And finally, just a few things. Partnerships, a global financial institution partnership. This serves as an international public-private partnership leveraging the combined capabilities and resources, both the public and private sectors, to support the J5 mission. By bringing together expertise from across both sectors, the partnership strengthens the joint response to tackling transnational tax crime, delivering an enhanced approach to shared global challenges. And it's at the forefront of this initiative are the J5 chiefs, senior leaders in financial crime compliance from major international banks, banking representative bodies, FIUs, and influential leaders from wider organisations. The annual summit brings together senior leaders from key member organisations to not only strategise and share educational insight, but also to renew commitment to future workplace plans to continue fighting transnational tax crime together. So I don't know if you want any more highlights, I can do, but I can leave that for questions after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. And building on the success of the J5, part of which we have been able to hear from Victor, the TFTC is trying to develop an operational network of law enforcement agencies that will meet along the TFTC in an informal and confidential setting. So turning to Tulani, I want to ask you if you can provide some insights on the value that increased use of this type of networks would have across Africa.
Yeah, thanks very much for that question. And also thanks, Victor, for highlighting some of those areas that the J5 is actively working on, and I'll borrow from some of those in 5 specific areas. Firstly, let's address the issue of customs fraud, and specifically to Africa, particularly East and Southern Africa. We're dealing with illegal wildlife trade, and that's the trade of ivory, and so I'm looking at that as a specific area for intervention. The second one is excise under declaration, and again, this was exacerbated during the COVID and post-COVID period, specifically on cigarettes and alcohol. In most of the SADC countries, we had banned the consumption of alcohol and cigarettes, and so the illicit trade went through the roof during that period, and we are struggling still to get that under control. The third area I would say is syndicated crime, and I'm borrowing on what Victor spoke about around cryptocurrency, cyber crimes. Those are starting to be on the increase. In fact, this morning on my way here, I read an article in our local newspapers that a website that sponsors a lot of athletes, one of them is a UFC champion, Dricus du Plessis, is found to have been using advertisements to lure people to make payments, and those monies are used for criminal activities. And so the Financial Services Board in South Africa has shut the website down and has initiated arrests with the police. But I'm highlighting this because it's a growing trend and something to keep our eyes on. The fourth area is government procurement. I touched a little bit on this. The reason I'm highlighting this is because government procurement in developing countries generally comes through the form of a tender, and there's a lot of murky waters between individuals exchanging details for the awarding of those tenders, and the payments of services tend to go to reputable companies. So, again, it's about getting the right kind of assistance in identifying these transactions and companies to which they are paid. And then the fifth part is the assistance with the ongoing evolution of the digitalization of African tax administrations. Jürgen spoke quite a bit about the data management tools that were being used in training, in the setup of programs, and that would be a great asset to have in terms of bringing that all together in part of the evolution of digitalization of tax administration. So I think if we were to actively work on those 5 areas, then you can see the value of the J5 in addressing specific areas of concern in the African region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tulani. And you have touched, and it's good that you show us this situation from Africa, from Africa's point of view. So we're running out of time, so I'm afraid we won't be able to open the floor for questions, but I invite all of you I'm sure that the panelists will be glad to answer questions after we finish the event. And I will take one more minute for Jürgen to you have a special message before we close.
Thank you, Claudia. I just would like to take a moment to thank some individuals, because we have made tremendous progress over the past 10 years, and as I said, when I first started this in 2013, I never thought we could achieve what we have and where we are now. So, I mean, with 3,300 investigators, analysts and so forth, 170 jurisdictions, over 60 subject matter experts that we now have worldwide, none of this could have been achieved without the tremendous support and commitment of the host countries and their respective agencies. So my sincere thanks to Italy and the Guardia di Finanza, Kenya, the Kenya Revenue Authority, of course Argentina and the Federal Administration of Public Income, and Japan, the National Tax Agency. And appreciation must also be extended to all the countries that provide these subject matter experts, because these subject matter experts all have full-time jobs at home, often in management or looking after investigators in their cases. So they dedicate their time to share their experiences and their knowledge, and they must be acknowledged for the tremendous dedication that they show in supporting the Academy. And I think we also need to offer some gratitude to the 170 plus jurisdictions and the 3,300 participants, because they have placed their faith in the OECD and in the Academy. All these countries are facing financial challenges and decisions on where to place resources in terms of training. So for them to support the OECD Academy and entrust us with the training of their individuals, I think is a huge sign of confidence in the quality of the training that takes place. And I thank them for that. And of course, we need to offer our deepest thanks to the funding agencies, because we wouldn't be here without them. And of course, I offer my thanks for their tremendous support over these past 10 years. And the journey's not over yet. We still have a lot of challenges ahead of us. And I know through our continued collaboration, we will continue to meet those challenges and even greater things for the OECD Academy. So again, thank you very much.
So I want to thank our excellent speakers for so generously sharing their experience and knowledge on this important topic. And I want to thank all individuals, agencies, organizations, and other donors who make this type of capacity building work possible, and for us to be able to testify, to hear all these testimonies and about the great outcomes. And I want to encourage all stakeholders to continue working together. As Jürgen mentioned, this is not over. We have a lot to do ahead. And we should continue working together, and I'm anticipating that we will continue seeing very positive outcomes. Thank you very much.
We are pleased to invite you for a coffee break, waiting you here at 3:45 for the third session of the day. I gentili ospiti sono cortesemente invitati a prendere posto. Grazie. We kindly ask you to take your seats. I gentili ospiti sono cortesemente invitati a prendere posto. Grazie. We are pleased to introduce the OECD Tax and Crime Advisor, Ms. Emma Scott. We will moderate the panel session of experts. The Head of Third Department Operations, Guardia di Finanza, General Headquarters, Brigadier General Luigi Vinciguerra, will now take the floor.
Autorità, gentili ospiti, buon pomeriggio. È davvero un grande onore per me poter prendere la parola nell'ambito di questo importante convegno che ha la funzione di celebrare i 10 anni dall'istituzione della Tax Academy dell'OCSE nell'ambito della Scuola di Polizia Economico-Finanziaria. Normalmente gli ultimi relatori nell'ambito di un convegno hanno un vantaggio e uno svantaggio. Il vantaggio è quello di non poter essere smentiti da nessuno di quelli che li ha preceduti. E lo svantaggio è quello di tenere alta l'attenzione dopo tante brillanti e importanti relazioni che ci hanno preceduto. Io la promessa che posso fare è quella di essere breve nelle cose che dirò e di provare a tenere alta l'attenzione. Il tema che ci riunisce oggi è quello appunto nell'ambito di questo terzo panel, cioè quello di delineare le strategie per contrastare più efficacemente i crimini fiscali. È un tema di centrale rilevanza per tutte le autorità, sia finanziarie, sia fiscali, sia di law enforcement, che sono impegnate nel contrastare questi fenomeni che hanno sempre più un traguardo transnazionale. E da questo punto di vista l'OECD Tax Academy si è già affermata come un punto di riferimento importante in questo contesto, sia da un punto di vista della formazione, sia per quanto riguarda la condivisione delle best practice. Però tutto questo fa ricadere sulla stessa anche un'importante responsabilità, cioè quello di delineare costantemente delle nuove e sempre più efficaci strategie per contrastare queste metodologie illecite che vanno a interessare sempre più tanti paesi a livello globale. Per cui nell'introdurre la discussione che caratterizzerà questo terzo panel ho dovuto necessariamente fare una riduzione di complessità, per cui mi soffermerò esclusivamente su due aspetti: quali sono le sfide che tutti siamo chiamati ad affrontare per meglio contrastare questi fenomeni e di conseguenza quali sono le strategie che potrebbero essere messe in campo da parte di tutti gli attori istituzionali coinvolti per contrastare più efficacemente i tax crimes. Allora, veniamo alle sfide. È stato più volte ricordato dai relatori che mi hanno preceduto come il contesto in cui siamo chiamati ad operare è divenuto sempre più complesso, sempre più in evoluzione. Tra le questioni che vanno sicuramente messe in luce e quindi evidenziate vi sono sicuramente la transnazionalità dei crimini finanziari, l'evoluzione tecnologica e il ruolo dei professionisti quali facilitatori, in alcuni casi, di tax crimes. Negli ultimi anni il mondo ha assistito al proliferare di reati finanziari connotati da sempre maggiore sofisticatezza, che sono stati appunto perpetrati sovrastando i confini nazionali attraverso strutture, regimi non trasparenti per occultare i proventi di evasione all'estero, per mascherare la reale titolarità delle ricchezze e per agevolare e garantire il riciclaggio nell'economia legale. E nell'evoluzione di queste dinamiche un ruolo importante lo hanno ricoperto e lo svolgono le nuove tecnologie. Lo sviluppo dei protocolli blockchain, solo per fare un esempio, ha fornito innumerevoli opportunità nel campo della finanza e della tecnologia, ma al contempo ha offerto, come due facce della stessa medaglia, ulteriori possibilità di trasferimento della ricchezza, che possono sostituirsi o affiancarsi ai tradizionali modelli di occultamento dei beni verso paradisi fiscali offshore. Pertanto, nel quadro che ho qui delineato, un altro aspetto si sta sempre più ponendo all'attenzione degli investigatori, ovvero sia una recente tendenza che a mio avviso va qualificata come preoccupante, che è quella di riscontrare un ruolo di crescente importanza di taluni professionisti giuridico-contabili che svolgono un ruolo di facilitatori nella realizzazione di ingegnose e insidiose manovre di evasione fiscale internazionale. E ne sono diretta testimonianza diverse inchieste giornalistiche che sono poi conformate da indagini di natura giudiziaria e anche da investigazioni della Guardia di Finanza. Veniamo a questo punto alle strategie. Abbiamo più volte sentito nelle precedenti relazioni che il mondo sta cambiando a una velocità impressionante. Le regole che governano l'economia, la società, il lavoro, gli stili di vita, la tecnologia, tutto si trasforma e viene messo in discussione a un ritmo sempre più incalzante. Oggi viviamo in un tempo così accelerato che i mutamenti avvengono quasi in tempo reale. Ma come la storia ci insegna, e chi non conosce la storia è condannato a ripeterla, ripeteva un filosofo inglese, Edmund Burke, la velocità non conta se però vai nella direzione sbagliata. E quindi il ruolo principale dell'OECD Tax Academy è proprio quello di dare la direzione. Quindi assume fondamentale importanza da parte di questo organismo quello di stare al passo con le sfide, che ho brevemente richiamato, e delineare una strategia che consenta di orientare efficacemente l'azione di contrasto alla criminalità fiscale sia a livello interno sia a livello transnazionale. In questo contesto il documento che ha elaborato l'OCSE dapprima nel 2017 e poi aggiornato nel 2021, denominato Fighting Tax Crime, The 10 Global Principles, fornisce una guida essenziale da questo punto di vista. E traendo ispirazione dai principi che sono enucleati all'interno di questo documento, una strategia in grado di rafforzare la lotta ai crimini fiscali non può prescindere da tre fattori fondamentali. la promozione della cooperazione e della trasparenza, l'investimento sulle più moderne tecnologie e la formazione del personale. Andiamo con ordine. In primo luogo, quindi, un fondamentale elemento della strategia di contrasto a questo tipo di illeciti è rappresentato dal rafforzamento della cooperazione istituzionale a livello nazionale e internazionale e la trasparenza. Dinanzi a organizzazioni delinquenziali che operano sempre più a livello transfrontaliero, utilizzando a proprio vantaggio anche i nuovi strumenti tecnologici, è infatti fondamentale un'azione di contrasto che sia globale, uniforme, collaborativa, efficace e al tempo stesso tempestiva. E nessuno è immune da questo tipo di contaminazione perché ritiene di essere un passeggero con il biglietto di prima classe. L'estensione dei tax crimes è sistemica e la soluzione può essere solo comune. I criminali operano a livello globale e collaborano tra di loro, per cui occorre evitare, come ha di recente rimarcato il procuratore nazionale antimafia in un recente suo intervento in Italia, quindi occorre evitare logiche di isolamento cognitivo e di resistenza all'attuazione di progetti comuni. La collaborazione deve altresì concorrere a sviluppare sempre più la capacità di comprensione, interpretazione e analisi degli schemi innovativi adottati dai criminali fiscali. E su questo versante, grazie alla meritoria opera svolta dall'OCSE, negli ultimi 10 anni sono stati raggiunti dei successi che potrei definire epocali. Faccio riferimento in particolare, ma questo è stato già richiamato dai precedenti relatori, all'attivazione dei canali di scambio automatico di informazioni bancarie e finanziarie attraverso il Common Reporting Standard, avviata nel 2014, ora estesi anche alle criptoattività a seguito della pubblicazione nel 2022 del Crypto Asset Reporting Framework, il cosiddetto CARF. E tali innovazioni hanno consentito alla Guardia di Finanza, in una pluralità di occasioni, di ricostruire il mosaico delle operazioni criminali e di individuarne i proventi occultati all'estero. Il risultato, in termini di contrasto all'evasione, è stato ben evidenziato da recente Global Tax Evasion Report del 2024, stilato dall'EU Tax Observatory. Grazie allo scambio automatico di informazioni bancarie, infatti, l'evasione fiscale offshore è diminuita di circa 3 volte in meno di 10 anni. A tale forma di cooperazione si affianca un altro importante piano della collaborazione, rappresentato dai tavoli operativi internazionali e dalle task force istituzionali, tra cui un ruolo di primo piano è ricoperto dalla Task Force on Tax Crimes dell'OCSE, con la quale la Guardia di Finanza ha sviluppato da tempo un rapporto di proficua e fattiva collaborazione. In secondo luogo, quale ulteriore strategia di contrasto ai tax crimes, occorre effettuare costanti investimenti nello sviluppo delle nuove tecnologie, con particolare riferimento a quelle per l'analisi di grandi quantità di dati. L'utilizzo di software di analisi forense e l'uso di intelligenza artificiale possono facilitare l'individuazione di flussi finanziari sospetti e tracciare transazioni complesse che altrimenti sfuggirebbero ai controlli tradizionali. Da ultimo, una volta ottenute le informazioni e dopo aver provveduto ad elaborarle, è necessario che i nostri investigatori siano in grado di analizzarle, in modo da ricavarne elementi utili per la conduzione delle investigazioni. Per questo motivo è fondamentale la formazione del nostro personale, che deve essere istruito e addestrato per comprendere e padroneggiare la complessità del mondo economico-finanziario che dobbiamo affrontare quotidianamente. 3 sono dunque le principali leve su cui agire per sviluppare un'efficace strategia di contrasto agli illeciti economico-finanziari. Rafforzamento della cooperazione istituzionale, nuove tecnologie, formazione del personale. Si tratta di pilastri sui quali negli ultimi anni anche la Guardia di Finanza ha fortemente investito. Avuto riguardo alla cooperazione internazionale, vorrei richiamare il potenziamento delle sinergie operative con l'Ufficio della Procura Europea, con competenza sui reati che ledono gli interessi finanziari dell'Unione Europea, per la quale la Guardia di Finanza costituisce un interlocutore privilegiato in ragione delle proprie attribuzioni in materia di criminalità economico-finanziaria. Sul versante delle tecnologie ci siamo dotati di un'infrastruttura moderna e costantemente aggiornata, composta da oltre 200 banche dati di varia natura, grazie alle quali possiamo selezionare target caratterizzati da significativi e verificati alert di rischio. Si tratta questa di una prospettiva perfettamente coerente con i principi ispiratori dell'ambizioso progetto di riforma dell'intero sistema tributario nazionale, che il legislatore italiano sta in questi mesi portando a compimento, a distanza di 50 anni dall'ultimo intervento di analoga natura. La riforma infatti mira a rinsaldare i rapporti di collaborazione tra fisco e contribuente, incentivando il ricorso agli istituti di tax compliance e di partecipazione attiva al rapporto tributario e al contempo prevedendo l'uso sistematico e consapevole delle nuove tecnologie di analisi anche attraverso l'intelligenza artificiale. E l'obiettivo è quello di rendere sempre più mirate ed efficaci la fase di individuazione degli illeciti. Da ultimo, per quanto riguarda la formazione del personale, mi piace segnalare tra le tante un'iniziativa che la Guardia di Finanza ha avviato 14 anni fa, consistente nella formazione di un primo nucleo di militari cui è stata riconosciuta la qualifica di computer forensic e data analysis, dotati di specifiche competenze tecniche, in grado di effettuare complesse attività di acquisizione di evidenze digitali e di analisi forensi, rivelatesi decisive per lo svolgimento delle più complesse indagini su reati fiscali e crimini finanziari in genere. Mi avvio alla conclusione. Nel corso di questo breve intervento ho succintamente delineato l'evoluzione dello scenario della criminalità economico-finanziaria e le strategie che possono essere messe in campo per affrontarne la crescente complessità. In ogni fase però abbiamo visto emergere un filo conduttore, la formazione, il cuore pulsante dell'operatività della Guardia di Finanza. La conoscenza è l'arma più potente di ogni organizzazione. Ed è proprio questa conoscenza che la nostra scuola di polizia economico-finanziaria, in collaborazione con l'International Academy for Tax Crime Investigation, continua a coltivare e diffondere con passione, impegno e dedizione. Da 10 anni questa accademia non è solo un simbolo, ma una forza attiva nella lotta contro la criminalità fiscale globale. Un progetto di cui siamo molto orgogliosi di ospitare e che ci dà fiducia per ciò che possiamo fare insieme domani. Vi ringrazio per l'attenzione e vi auguro un buon proseguimento dei lavori. Grazie.
Thank you very much. I was going to start this afternoon by setting the scene for why we chose to place a spotlight on having effective tax crime strategies in place for this final session of the day. But I think the Brigadier General has actually just done that superbly for us, together with all of the speakers that have come before today. And certainly had no trouble holding our attention. So I think instead all I'll say is that it's very evident that even slight shifts in the tax gap make a huge impact on government's abilities to deliver public resources, threaten stability and security, and in turn impact the sustainable growth, in particular of developing countries, who of course are the focus of the Tax Crime Academy. And that's why it's so critical that every jurisdiction, whether developed or developing, has in place an effective strategy that not only enables governments to collect resources that are due, but also to deter criminal offending and to punish those that continue to break the law in spite of this. And it was for this reason that we have spent a lot of time on this discussion in the Task Force on Tax Crime in recent years. So this is reflected in the 10 Global Principles for Fighting Tax Crime. We're devising a comprehensive national strategy as number 2 in our principles, which is now an official OECD recommendation. However, in the course of the past few years, we've worked together with more than 50 countries now to do self-assessments of countries' alignment with the 10 principles. And between that and all of the feedback that we get from both the academies and our Tax Inspectors Without Borders program, it became evident that this is something that countries are continuing to struggle with, whether they have no strategy in place, an ineffective strategy in place. There was a clear need for more guidance in this area. And so we were very pleased in the Secretariat, together with the Task Force on Tax Crime, and in particular with the support of the United States, to publish back in May a strategy document to provide as a guidance tool for all jurisdictions to use in either developing a new strategy or improving upon an existing strategy. Now, it's made clear in this document that there's no one-size-fits-all, but the core elements that all jurisdictions must have first and foremost is to make this a risk-based strategy, and then to ensure that following a comprehensive risk assessment that the strategy that is developed both prioritizes and responds to the risks that were identified, and then having an effective internal, external communications tool and an effective monitoring and evaluation system in place to make sure that the strategy is flexible and can adapt to what we all know are ever-emerging risks. And so I think with that, I would like to introduce our panel today, for whom implementing these strategies is really their bread and butter. We're joined again by Mr. Kazuhiko Takeda, who's come all the way from Japan, where he is the Deputy Commissioner at the National Tax Agency and also a very close friend of the OECD as the chair of our Task Force on Tax Crime. Mr. Peter Clement, who is a Deputy European Public Prosecutor with the EPPO, who are having a huge impact on combating tax crime and in particular VAT fraud within the EU and beyond. And finally, Ms. Jennifer Neese, who is Deputy Chief of Staff at the IRS Criminal Investigations Unit in the United States. So we really could not be in safer hands to have this discussion around what makes up an effective tax crime strategy. So with that, Jen, I'm going to put my first question to you, because the US was the main contributor to this guidance document that we've put out, and it had some really interesting case studies in there. And one thing that stuck out to me was the IRS's focus on criminal deterrence, and in selecting cases, really focusing on those that are going to have the biggest impact, generate the biggest sentences, and really have that criminal deterrence element, which is quite interesting in a time where within the TFTC we're actually seeing more and more countries focus more on civil, rather revenue collection through civil procedures. So I would like to hear a little bit more about the criminal deterrence approach that IRS is taking and the results that you're seeing from that.
Absolutely, thank you, Emma, and thank you for the OECD for having me, and congratulations on 10 years, that's quite a feat. To kick it off, emphasizing revenue collection in a civil manner and criminal tax enforcement, I really want to hone in on they are not a choice. It doesn't have to be one or the other, and I'm going to call IRS Criminal Investigation CI for short. So CI takes the stance that they are interlinked, that the deterrence through media and publication of criminal enforcement of tax is a direct link to the increased voluntary compliance of the revenue on the civil collection side. In order to do that, we take a very strong stance to publicize our enforcement actions. Basically, populations have three different sectors of people. You have your law-abiding citizens, your law-evading citizens, and then those in between. So the ones in between are really where we're going to want to focus our attention when we go for deterrence, because can we impact their decision to either stay on the law-abiding side or start skirting the law when they see there's no consequences. So our media that we take when we emphasize a case is often geared with that population in mind. There have been some academic studies, particularly we rely on one that was by a professor named Dubin, who very clearly with some controlled factors was able to demonstrate a relationship between the communication efforts from our criminal enforcement and the direct voluntary compliance increase, and how it was multifold over auditing deterrence as far as what ended up coming in for collection dollars. The key for the deterrence is, as we're identifying these cases that maybe you need to hit areas that we haven't been able to identify, to really hone in on yet, is to make sure that the targeted audience sees themselves in the message. If we are highlighting a very high affluent individual, and the fact that they had their accounts offshore, that's not necessarily affecting the person in a socioeconomic position where they have a bad return preparer that's giving them a little extra money on their deductions or credits. So we really try to make sure that the deterrent message that we're providing is specific to the socioeconomic or geographic taxpayer that we're trying to really affect. We will never prosecute our way out of this problem. We're just not going to be able to. We can all try, we can get the training, but we're not going to be able to do it through prosecutions and arrests. We really need to be able to amplify our voice of what we are doing so other people can see and make the decision to stay down the right path, so we can continue in our mission and everybody, all the citizens, can benefit.
Thank you, Jen. I would love to respond to a lot of that. Just a round of applause. But I know we're running very short on time, so I think my two big takeouts there were just that when it comes to compliance and deterrence, it doesn't have to be one or the other, and the real power that communicating a deterrent strategy can have. So thank you for that. Kazuhiko, I'd like to turn to you now. Another element that is critical to an effective strategy is a multi-stakeholder approach. So the NTA, similar to the IRS, has its criminal investigation function actually within the National Tax Agency. So could you share with us a little bit about how your tax crime function sits within the wider strategy of the NTA, and how you work together with other financial crime agencies with their own strategies?
Sure. But before answering your question, as a chair of OECD TCC, let me echo Emma about the uniqueness and the importance of the OECD, which is very seriously working on sharing soft standards about each jurisdiction's tax crime strategy. The 10 global principles and designing the national strategy against tax crime provide a comprehensive overview of each jurisdiction's approach to tackling tax crimes. The report does not impose a particular approach, acknowledging the diversity of legal system and method to tackle with tax crimes across countries. Instead, they highlight the common strategic element for effective investigation. As myself, being a head of tax crime investigation, I keenly face the limitation of administrative resource every day. I believe it's not only in Japan. So it's crucial across different jurisdictions to develop strategies to prioritize and allocate the limited resource effectively to the defined target. I think this is particularly important in the context of capacity building of developing partners, but developed countries with established systems can also benefit from this by comparing the framework with the global standards and understanding the strategies of neighboring countries with whom they share strong economic ties. So, and in this context, now let me put Japan's hat on and introduce Japan's strategy. As Emma has said, Japan's tax crime unit sit within the National Tax Agency, actually modeling after the IRS after the World War II. The NTA's Criminal Investigation Unit is a de facto sole agency to conduct the investigation of tax crimes in Japan. Every system has its pros and cons, but when compared to the different systems such as those where police or other authorities handle the investigation, Japan's approach has some rationalities, including the one against the backdrop of Japan's society. Firstly, tax crime is a very unique and difficult crime because in tax crimes there are no bodies or injuries, but investigators still themselves find out and prove that there is a crime. In doing so, the tax authority model, like Japan, IRS, US IRS, can allow us to leverage tax officials' expertise in accounting and tax laws, making investigation more precise and effective. Secondly, we see the ultimate goal of penalizing tax crime is to secure the nation's fiscal capacity. And before this goal, it's vital to collaborate with taxation divisions and collection divisions within the NTA. By coordinating with these divisions, not only our CI can gain little information from other divisions, but also the Japan NTA can conduct responsible taxation by deciding appropriate measures such as civil penalties and criminal penalties, depending on the severity of the crime. And thirdly, in Japanese society, most tax crimes have traditionally been committed by small, mid-sized corporates with minimum needs for arrests or firearms during investigations. In addition, in a society with a particular sensitivity on reputation like Japan, tax crime penalties can have the strongest deterrence effect when the tax NTA concentrate its resources on the notably malicious taxpayer under the belief one punishment, 100 warnings to others. When selecting the notably malicious, that is priority case, we align with the whole NTA's broader strategic goal, ensuring that our investigation responds appropriately to the changing social and economic landscape, including globalization and rapid digitalization. With our system has certain merits, while our system has certain merit, we need to compensate the demerit by closer collaboration with other agencies, especially since in Japan the prosecutor has the ultimate authority to prosecute, and tax crimes often occur alongside other crimes. Establish close collaboration with them is indispensable. From the standpoint of local prosecutor, tax crimes are resource-consuming, and sometimes their significance is not keenly felt like other crimes. However, as a part of fiscal authority, we have very close communication with the Supreme Prosecution Office about strategic priorities, as well as in the regional office level. It's vital that the prosecutors fully understand the seriousness of tax crimes and deal with fiscal and financial crimes with a high perspective. And with the increasing globalization and digitalization of the economy, the nature of tax crime is also evolving. In this context, Japan NTA has been strengthening cooperation with other law enforcement such as police for decades. Investigation and taxation on the illicit income, such as of special fraud case, is often done based on the report from a police office. In the headquarter level, the STR, Suspicious Transaction Report information, provided by the National Police Agency, is an important piece for big data analysis by our intelligence division. And against the recent hike of VAT rate in Japan, VAT fraud cases are our recent priority, and we put great emphasis on the cooperation with the customs, having communication at various levels. As we are part of tax authority, one thing to note is, of course, tax secrecy. However, from my own experience of having worked both in the tax agency and the financial agency, I think there is much to do by fostering both headquarter level and field level cooperation and trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Kazuhiko. I mean, just from listening to you now and from Jen's first response, it's clear to see what an enormous task implementing an effective strategy is just at the national level. And now we'll turn to Peter, who has an arguably even tougher job of doing this at the European level. but doing so really, really effectively, with the EPPO really leading the way in tackling cross-border VAT fraud in particular. I'm sure everyone here has heard of the Operation Admiral case by now, a fraud involving over 2 billion euros in 14 different countries that the EPPO has been leading. And I saw that just 2 weeks ago here in Italy, the Guardia Finanziaria of Milan arrested 4 suspects in another VAT fraud and seized assets of up to 97 million euros. So these are enormous sums and really tremendous results for Italy and for the EPPO. So I'd be interested to hear a little bit more about the EPPO's strategy for disrupting offenders, in particular VAT frauds, and in particular any technology tools or platforms that your organisation has been using to do so.
Thank you very much first for the invitation, second for the question, but especially I want to thank General Vinciguerra, who made such a good introductory speech, because all the main points, including those on the strategies, were already there, and the conclusions too, so maybe we could just stand up and leave. But anyway, we're not leaving, not yet. And I want to thank the entire Guardia di Finanza for their support and for their service, for their work, because the success is common success. It's not only ours, especially mentioning the operations two weeks ago. But there's always something happening in the EPPO, and there were other successful operations over the last year. I shall mention the Operation Silk Road, which was linked to the airport in Belgium, and where the damage was over 310 million euro. Operation Midas, 995 million euro, and the VAT fraud spread across 17 countries, in which 180 coordinated house searches were performed. And Operation Huracan, in which we tackled fraud, VAT fraud scheme concerning international trade of more than 10,000 cars. The damage was only 53 million. Yes. And speaking about these numbers, the cases bring attention of the long-standing organized crime groups. I will speak about them later, but we're speaking about large sums of money. And as General Vinciguerra probably wanted to say, the global threats require global answers. We simply have to go across those boundaries and borders in order to be able to deal with the case. Or if we don't do it, we will not be able to investigate. And most probably we are not able to investigate the entire scope of the case. If the case is global, we will need our partners overseas. And I speak about all the seas and oceans. And as I said, every day something's happening in the EPPO. Today we are publishing a press release about freezing just 9 million euro, but in Palermo, in Italy, in a fraud case involving local politicians. Also quite remarkable and successful. But it's true that the Operation Admiral stands out of all the operations because of the damage, because of the size, because there were 5 organized crime groups operating together in a fraud which was spread over more than 35 jurisdictions of all continents. And we have run into this operation about in 6 months after we started our operation on 1st June 2021. And in about 18 months of investigation, we have found out that there was not just one company, income of which was over 300 million euro, in 1 year, in spite of having just one employee, which was suspicious, of course. But after 18 months, we found out that there were 9,000 different companies and 600 individuals who were involved in a large carousel fraud, money laundering, bribery, and other related crime. And with this operation, we discovered that new continent of crime. Some suspects were setting up companies, others were laundering the money, some were providing legal advice, others were bribing bank officials in order to avoid reporting suspicious transactions to financial intelligence units. And I want to say that large organized crime groups do not focus on one type of crime. They prefer to diversify their activities, and they behave like big corporations. They consider criteria like benefit, risk, costs, and demand. So in this respect, we can speak about transnational criminal enterprise. And the long-standing mafia-type groups continue in their traditional activities, such as drug trafficking or racketeering. But several years ago, they entered the business of public procurement and VAT fraud, and nowadays they are in control of this type of crime. Because of complexity of these frauds, the criminals have to cooperate with a network of lawyers, bankers, companies, and public officials who are willing to assist and who become step by step embedded in the organization. And they, as I mentioned before, they operate globally. They use the high-end latest technology, and they even created their own Havala-style banking system. So their activities may be invisible for a single national investigator. At this point, I want to emphasize that the EPPO is not a network. We are one single office. And this setup makes it possible for us to see the information and the case from, well, we use the term of helicopter perspective, which I don't like that much, but we can see the case as a whole, and we follow all the links. That is the most important element, that we do not stop at the border and do not let the other part of the case on some other national authorities. In the Admiral case, there were about 312 house searches coordinated. All this coordination and cooperation, it's necessary, but what is even more important is to follow all the links to all the countries. Then we will arrive at challenges, problems. Of course, one of them is drawing a line around the case, because 9,000 companies, it was not the end of the network. Then we could speak about the true global answer, with whom we would have to and like to cooperate, and how to divide the case globally. Second, it is also the challenge of data analysis. I've mentioned 3 operations, the Huracan, the Silk Road, and Admiral. In these 3, we have 2,000 terabytes of data which have to be analyzed. Maybe another one could be different procedural guarantees and rights. 2 weeks ago, I spoke in Spain on the topic of protecting the legal professional privilege, and the audience was completely different than this one. This one is more, as far as I can feel it, pro-law enforcement, so it's more pro-EPPO, but I was there the only prosecutor in the room, and the room was packed with defense counsels. And I have to tell you that they are right. They are right to pursue these rights and to bring another perspective in our operations, which are cross-border, which are global, and so on, bringing their clients, and now I underline the presumption of innocence, in a sometimes very difficult position. So let's think about the whole scope of all these global operations and even operations within the 24 jurisdictions which we represent. The EPPO has a unique position, being able to collect data and analyze them from those 22, 24 jurisdictions now, with Poland and Sweden joining. We are also owners of the data, which we can collect and also share under certain circumstances and provisions. And we are also developing analytical systems so that we could ask complex questions to our database, which could give us answers on the simple AI platform. I will finish at this point and give the chance the other speakers for their contributions too. Thank you very much for attention and support.
Thank you, Peter. I mean, when we first heard about the Operation Admiral case, we were really just astounded, not only by the level of coordination between the criminals in the first instance, but also in EPPO's coordinated response, which was obviously critical. I would have loved to hear more about the AI and data tools that you're using, but instead I'll turn that question over to Jen, because I know that IRS are very, very data-driven, and so I would love to hear a little bit more about the data analytics that you integrate into the risk-based approach that underpins IRS's tax crime strategy.
Absolutely, thank you. So data analytics is a top priority of CI. It's been our one of our top priorities for the past few years. In fact, we created an entire headquarters section called Advanced Analytics and Innovation in the last few years, and it is completely devoted to finding all of the data we have available to us and being able to turn that into actionable leads. Within the United States, the IRS Criminal Investigation are the only law enforcement that have access to the data that sits in the IRS for any revenue collection, which on our taxpayers internally is probably one of the largest sources of data available. And so with that comes a giant lake of data that we're able to access. We use this to identify investigations, try and find models of typologies of different cases, and once we've found that successful case, we can then go back into the original data, recreate the model, tweak it as we need to continue to develop additional cases that fall into that system. And then we can also use the data, as we talked about deterrence before, to identify maybe areas that need types of investigations or geographic areas, socioeconomic areas, that need more deterrence. And so we'll use that to reprioritize and turn the data back around and tweak it to fit models that are more relevant for those specific sources. We also, within this new headquarters section of Advanced Analytics and Innovation, have specialty units. One of them's a nationally coordinated investigative unit, and it was stood up about 5 years ago, and it was the first time that CI has taken the stance of headquarters trying to look at the entire United States for crime instead of region specific. It's probably very similar to what we're talking about, with the European-wide investigations, looking across all of our different jurisdictions, which can be very different in nature, both in the types of cases that the local prosecutor is willing to prosecute and the types of crimes in the area. And so this nationally coordinated unit is taking all the data we have, all the risks that we've been able to determine through past cases to identify what the best priority is, model it, and go back out to the field to determine what is the best for that local area, because it can be dependent on the local prosecutor. We are also then creating tools that pretty much tell you the entire life story of a taxpayer within the IRS in a minute. This is what would have 2 years ago even taken over a week for an analyst to put together in a demonstrative analytical format. It's 1 minute to pull down, and this is allowing us to amplify and maximize the amount of cases we can look at once. So instead of taking 6 months to determine if this is the right case selection, we can look across a section of different cases and identify maybe anomalies or patterns that we otherwise weren't seeing at that macular level, and able to look thousandfold, and when you find these typologies, to identify the right case so we can move forward on the right investigation that will then have the ultimate deterrent effect. And then last, not only is it internal data, we are working alongside with our partnerships with banking institutions. We had spoke about the J5 earlier and the importance of public-private partnerships, and trying to build those partnerships so we can obtain both from the FIUs in suspicious activity, but also when we are gaining evidence, the data, the metadata in the bank statements beyond just what you're seeing on paper, so we can start making analytical decisions on investigations quickly and effectively, and be able to move on to other key parts of the investigation, or decide that if that investigation is no longer worth meriting the resources. So overall, we're mostly using data to find our investigations, but ultimately decide where our resources are, to take the limited resources we have and make them as impactful across the nation as possible.
Thank you, Jen. I think we've just tackled one of the sort of biggest issues that countries across the globe are facing when it comes to developing effective strategies. I'm going to have to apologise in advance to my panellists, because I can see that we're towards the end of the day and we're running over time. And so if I may, I'm actually going to turn back to Jen and just skip to my very last question and put you really on a time limit for the response, because I do think it's so important that we touch on this question. And it's, a far more focused issue than some of the big things that we've been talking about today. But I think I would like to ask it in particular because we have here today joining us for this final session the current Academy class on managing financial investigations. And one of the biggest issues that we see across countries participating in the Academy, it comes up time and time again with the countries we work with on TIWB, and even across OECD members, is how to attract and retain good qualified investigators. And I know that the IRS has a really strong focus on actually promoting career development. And so I'd just like to hear a little bit about, the emphasis that IRS is placing on that.
Absolutely, and as quick as possible, but it is very important, so thank you, Emma. We also, when we restructured, we created a department, a section within our headquarters called Workforce Development. It is the focus of what they do, finding, recruiting, retaining, and training. So with our recruiting efforts, we really place an emphasis on recruiting through diversity. Like I said, with our communications and deterrence, if we want the people to make good decisions because they see themselves in the crime, so maybe they won't impact, we also want to bring in the best people that can see themselves in us. So as we're recruiting and developing our workforce, we really have an emphasis on diversity and trying to attract the best candidates across all areas. We have our very first affinity group within IRS criminal investigation, and it's female focused, and we also signed a pledge with a national organization called 30 by 30, which is a organization trying to implement female law enforcement up to the 30% recruit class by the year 2030 across all the United States. Different local and federal and state law enforcement have signed the pledge, as IRS has, and we're really making efforts in that space. And then once we get our amazing, talented investigators, we train for about 6.5 months. We are the longest training federal agency because, as you all know, financial crimes are not easy and they're complex. And so while every other federal agency does the same 3 months, we go for another about 3.5 months, very much focusing on how the financial investigations work, how tax cases work, and following the money so we can be the best when we go out to the field. Then this workforce development division really focuses on honing in on skill sets throughout, not just the beginning, but staying engaged with our workforce throughout so we can continually updating on new emerging areas, maybe like cryptocurrency is the easiest to discuss, but anything that comes about, we are constantly trying to develop subject matter experts, train the trainer, get the word out, and then develop leadership. Because if we are going to spend all this time and resources developing the best investigators that we can within our agencies, then making them and developing them as people, as leaders, so they can grow within your agency and stay within your agency is really important for us at CI. Everybody basically stays for their entire career, and we try to entice with retention and opportunities and really ask for those gaps and resource needs and then meet them where they're at so we can develop the best future set of investigators and on.
Thank you, Jen. It really is a very impressive capacity building program that you have for your staff. And so I'd like to do another round of applause for all of the panelists, please. I think we've had a very interesting discussion today, but we have really only just scratched the surface of what goes into building a strategy. So with that, I'll do a plug for our report. It's available on our website. Please do go and download it. And I challenge all of you, and in particular our Academy participants, to identify as you read through the report, at least one or two areas that you think could be improved within your own jurisdiction strategy. So thank you all again, and we'll hand the floor over to our speakers for the closing remarks.
We are pleased to invite to the stage the commander of the Economic Financial Policy School, Major General Francesco Mattana, and the OECD Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Fabrizia La Pecorella, for the closing remarks. The commander of the Economic Financial Policy School, Major General Francesco Mattana, will now take the floor.
Bene, siamo arrivati in conclusione, è stata una giornata intensa, piena di contenuti, quindi con profonda gratitudine che prendo la parola per concludere questo convegno organizzato per la nostra ricorrenza del 10° anniversario della sottoscrizione del protocollo d'intesa tra la Guardia di Finanza e l'OCSE. Vorrei innanzitutto esprimere un sentito ringraziamento al segretario generale Matthias Cormann, che con la sua presenza chiaramente ha conferito massimo lustro a questo evento. È stata veramente una bella partecipazione che conserveremo nei ricordi più belli della scuola. Ringrazio tutti i relatori per gli interventi di elevatissimo contenuto tecnico-giuridico e tutti i delegati per l'ampia e sentita partecipazione a questi lavori. La giornata che si conclude testimonia ancora una volta la volontà di perseguire con rinnovato impegno la prospettiva strategica dell'approccio globale e cooperativo nel contrasto agli illeciti economico-finanziari a carattere sovranazionale. Varie sono state le tematiche affrontate durante questo convegno, ma il denominatore comune è stato certamente quello della necessaria collaborazione. Lo abbiamo sentito richiamare anche dal nostro Ministro dell'Economia e delle Finanze, che deve intercorrere tra le istituzioni e gli attori internazionali per il contrasto ai crimini finanziari. Il solido rapporto instaurato tra l'OCSE e la Guardia di Finanza ha consentito di rafforzare una rete di dialogo e di cooperazione che attraverso la formazione continua è in grado di indirizzare le metodologie di indagini verso le nuove minacce globali con sempre maggiore efficacia. In tal senso, consentitemi di sottolineare l'importanza del lavoro svolto in questi anni nell'ambito della didattica. La nostra scuola ha potuto beneficiare di un costante afflusso di esperienze e conoscenze che hanno contribuito a migliorare la qualità della nostra formazione professionale. Questo aspetto è essenziale poiché la lotta contro i crimini economici e finanziari richiede competenze sempre più raffinate e aggiornate. La possibilità di confrontarci con esperti provenienti da contesti internazionali ha permesso di affinare i modelli didattici e conseguentemente le capacità operative. Questo è un punto centrale per la nostra collaborazione. In un mondo sempre più interconnesso, la lotta ai crimini economici non può fermarsi ai confini di un singolo Stato. La criminalità organizzata, il riciclaggio di denaro, l'evasione fiscale e la corruzione sono fenomeni che travalicano i confini nazionali e solo attraverso una stretta sinergia internazionale possiamo contrastare efficacemente. Concludo evidenziando che l'incontro odierno, dedicato al 10° anniversario, non ci ha offerto solo l'opportunità di riflettere sui risultati ottenuti, ma anche di guardare al futuro e alle sfide che ci attendono. La collaborazione tra la Guardia di Finanza e l'OCSE ne esce così rafforzata e sarà fondamentale per affrontare al meglio le minacce di un mondo in rapida evoluzione e per cogliere appieno le opportunità, a cominciare da quelle offerte dal progresso tecnologico e dall'intelligenza artificiale. Dobbiamo continuare a lavorare insieme per sviluppare strumenti e strategie che ci consentano di restare al passo con l'evoluzione dei fenomeni criminali e di tutelare al meglio gli interessi economici degli Stati. Pertanto, auspico veramente che questo convegno, in linea con le aspettative, abbia costituito un'interessante opportunità di approfondimento e di confronto. Un saluto a tutti coloro che ci hanno seguito a distanza mediante il collegamento in diretta streaming sul canale YouTube della Guardia di Finanza. Per tutti i presenti, un grazie per l'attenzione e per il vostro prezioso contributo. Buon rientro e a presto. Grazie.
The OECD Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Fabrizia La Pecorella, will now take the floor.
I will be very brief, don't worry, and there is very little to add to what General Matana just shared with all of us. Let me only express my sincere gratitude to the Guardia di Finanza for organizing this significant 10th anniversary celebration. And of course, let me express again a sincere thanks to the General Commander of the Guardia di Finanza, Andrea De Gennaro, for hosting this event and for his very generous hospitality. Few words. I found that today's discussion have been enriching. This event has been a great opportunity to reflect on the Academy's growth, on the achievements, and on the tangible impact since its establishment here in Ostia a decade ago. It is truly impressive to witness the evolution of this initiative from a pilot training course to a global network with several centers that reach nearly all regions of the world. This remarkable progress would not have been possible without, this has been recalled in the second session, without the unwavering commitment of our Academy hosts, donors, and instructors. It was Jürgen reminding this to us all, and it is very, very important. I want to take this opportunity to thank each of you for support. Beyond its core mission, one of the Academy's greatest strength lies in the personal network that participants cultivate, and again, this was discussed and recalled, these networks are essential for fostering cooperation at the domestic, regional, and international levels. It was great to hear today about the enduring personal and professional connections that have developed beyond the courses and across borders. As we all recognize, addressing tax and financial crimes is critical for the well-being of our citizens, economies, and societies, and the OECD is committed to supporting the continued growth of the Academy, which remains a cornerstone of our efforts in the fight against tax crimes. Now, I cannot close without thanking you for having made this day a resounding success. I would warmly thank our distinguished speakers and the teams at the Guardia di Finanza, my former team at the Department of Finance in the Italian Ministry of Finance, and my OECD colleagues who have made this event possible. Thank you very much.
The commander of the Economic Financial Policy School, Major General Francesco Mattana, and the OECD Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Fabrizia La Pecorella, leave the stage. Dear OECD and institutional representatives, we are grateful for all your precious contributions. Dear guests, thank you for your attendance at the celebration of this decade of progress and impactful work carried out by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in cooperation with Guardia di Finanza.